Okay, sir, how did...
I'm in awful pain.
How did this happen?
It's nothing. I've been sleeping. I just woke up.
Love and money, two of the most powerful motivators of human behavior.
Whether property or money, these two things lead to marriage.
Nothing.
She saw all the financial possibilities there, I believe.
Which one is more important to your partner?
She killed a very good, hard-working, loving man and father of 2 children for money.
How to spot the early warning signs of the gold digger. As a former FBI profiler, I'm often asked, can you spot a killer? Is it a look, an attitude, a pattern of behavior? After 40 years' experience, I can say it's complicated. But there's one thing I know. There is a deadly type. Celeste Beard once lived the good life, thanks to her millionaire husband, Stephen Beard. His wife of 40 years had recently passed away, and she was barely in the ground when Celeste moved in on Stephen and in with Stephen. She couldn't wait to get her hands on his money. These days, Celeste leads a far simpler life in a Texas prison cell. When I met her back in 2011, she straight up admitted to me that her 4th marriage to Stephen was a business deal, one that Stephen will not survive. Steve was quite a bit older than you.
He was 40 years older. Since I was 18, I had always dated older men. Just the sex thing, you know, because...
What do you mean, the sex thing? I don't know.
It just wasn't, you know, it wasn't like expected, you know.
So there wasn't the sexual pressure with older men that there was with younger men?
Yes.
And that was okay with you?
Yes.
In 1993, 68-year-old Stephen Beard is a wealthy, retired TV executive whose wife just died of cancer. Celeste is a waitress at his country club.
About 10 days after she died, I ended up moving in with Stephen.
That's pretty fast. What was the reason for that?
Because we were a couple.
Stephen lavishes her with expensive jewelry. After 3 failed marriages, Celeste knows an opportunity when she sees one. For some people, that momentary little rush of buying something, it can become habitual.
No, I was habitual. The way I spent money wasn't that big of a deal to Stephen, like everybody thinks it was. Stephen was extravagant himself.
Okay. All right. Of course it was his money.
Yes.
When you entered the marriage with Stephen Beard on February 18th, 1995, whether property or money, these two things lead to marriage?
Nothing.
Celeste is a gold digger, pure and simple. She drew a bead on an older man who was very vulnerable. Were you in love?
Not at first. We had a deal.
What was the deal?
He was going to adopt the twins.
Celeste has twin girls from a previous marriage. It's a big deal for a man to adopt 2 children. Why do you think he did that?
I don't want to say forced, but I did. I forced him to do that.
What was the reason for that?
Because I wanted my daughters to inherit with Stephen's other 3 children.
In return, Celeste claims she lets Stephen control her life.
That, I'm his. I let him have my hair cut off. I did everything that he wanted me to do. And I was going to keep my end of the bargain.
Stephen is going to be their meal ticket for the rest of their lives. And what a life Celeste has in mind.
Our trip from Germany to London was $60,000, and that was just for the limousine.
Spending can be a powerful addiction, and it can ruin lives. And that's what Celeste was all about. Spending made her feel good. And for someone like that, there's never enough. Her new husband gives Celeste $35,000 a month allowance. But even that isn't nearly enough to cover her shopping and partying. But Stephen's love has its limits, and he threatens to cancel her credit cards. Celeste and her daughter's financial futures suddenly look very shaky. But there is a lifeline. Celeste stands to inherit a hefty share of Stephen's multi-million-dollar fortune in the event of his demise. At 3 a.m. on October 2nd, 1999, paramedics receive a frightening call from Stephen.
They're laying on my stomach.
Okay, they're laying on your stomach?
Yes.
Okay, sir, how did
I'm in awful pain.
this happen?
It's nothing. I've been sleeping. I just woke up.
Stephen has been blasted in the abdomen with a 20-gauge shotgun. A spent shell is found on the bedroom floor. While he fights for his life in the hospital, police trace the shell to Celeste's close friend, 42-year-old Tracy Tarlton.
What was the nature of your relationship with Tracy Tarlton spring of 1990?
I brought her into our life.
Why did you befriend her?
I felt like she needed me.
Tracy is openly gay, and it's widely rumored that she and Celeste are more than just friends.
Did you ever have any romantic involvement with Tracy Tarlton?
No.
Did you have any kind of intimate physical relationship with Tracy Tarlton?
No.
Celeste claims Tracy was infatuated with her and shot Stephen out of jealousy.
She became really obsessed with me. She was acting like a boyfriend that, you're trying to break off with.
4 months after the shooting, Stephen dies from an infection, and Tracy is charged with murder. After Tracy was arrested, she remained silent and would not cooperate with police or prosecutors. Almost immediately prior to Tracy going to her trial, a jail guard handed her a newspaper, said, "Hey, here's your girlfriend." And on the front page of a Dallas newspaper was a picture of the now infamous Celeste Beard, who had just gotten married to her 5th husband. Tracy went crazy. Tracy finally says something to the detectives and prosecutors she'd never said before. What was it?
She said I asked her to shoot Stephen. She found out that I had remarried again.
And after she finds out you'd remarried, then she starts telling prosecutors you put her up to it.
Yes.
Tracy shot Stephen because Celeste wanted her to. Tracy was in love with Celeste and thought, wrongly, Celeste loved her. When Tracy realizes she's been played for a fool, she turns on Celeste. Her damning testimony earns her a reduced sentence, and in 2011, she's released from prison after serving only 10 years. Celeste is sentenced to life. That deal with Steve didn't work out, Even her kids, whom she wanted to shower with Steve's money, turned against her and even testified against her at trial.
Do you still see the girls?
No,
Have you seen them since then?
no.
That's a lot to deal with.
Well, at first, I had a lot of anger because of the way they betrayed me.
Did they eventually inherit a lot of money?
Yes, millions.
Millions. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
That I'm sorry that I wasn't the mother they needed.
Celeste isn't the first young woman to secure her financial future by marrying an older man. It's a cottage industry. But anyone doing that has to think about the possibility of what will happen if things turn sour. You don't have to be old or very rich to become a target, as Andy Segata found out. In 1979, in Albuquerque, New Mexico, Andy, a university graduate, has the world at his feet.
By the age of 25, he was a civil engineer, so he was a go-getter.
Andy's sister, Sue Chisholm, remembers a kind, successful young man helping her find her way at the university.
He was there for me the first day that I arrived to show me the ropes of the university. He took me to all my classes.
Andy's quite a catch, and 21-year-old student Lisa Baca wants to reel him in.
She walked into the room and you knew she was there. Just, hey, look at me. You noticed the way she dressed, the way she just carried herself. Like to be the center of attention, definitely.
After a whirlwind romance, in just a few months, Andy and Lisa are married.
He just showed her off, you know. He was very much in love with her, I thought. Which was okay for me, you know, I would accept her too, if that's what he wanted.
But it's not long before Lisa is demanding all of Andy's attention.
All of a sudden, she's in the picture, and then he kind of started shying away. He wasn't going home to visits as much after he met her. And I was actually over to his apartment twice and only let in once. And it was because she wasn't there.
This sets off an alarm in Sue's head. When a person starts isolating their partner from his friends and family so quickly, something bad is probably going down. Of course, we don't have to love the in-laws, but blocking them out completely is a danger sign.
There was one time I called him, and I said, how you doing? And he goes, wow, not great. Lisa's being unpredictable. I emptied out the dishwasher, and when she came home, it wasn't done right, so she took all the dishes out of the cupboard and threw them at him. And I said, why don't you just leave her? And he said, I couldn't do that to Mom and Dad.
Family honor keeps Andy from seeking a divorce. But after just 9 months of marriage, they agree to a trial separation. In quick time, Lisa takes a lover, bodybuilder David Mead. She needs his muscle for her gold-digging plan.
I think the plan was to murder my brother for the money, because he had just taken out the $180,000 life insurance policy.
Lisa orchestrates a reconciliation with Andy and moves back into the marital home. Andy's thrilled. He has no idea just how far Lisa will go to get what she wants.
There's a knock at my door, and I went down, and it was my brother Ed and a chaplain from the police department. They didn't have to say a word. I knew. I knew.
On March 30th, 1980, Lisa Segata lures her husband to his office after hours. As they leave, a masked assailant attacks with a knife.
He was in the Green Berets, so he was trained.
The man is Lisa's boyfriend, David Mead, and he's underestimated his victim.
Andy fights back.
The coroner said that my brother stabbed him first. And then David freaked out and started just going in a frenzy.
Lisa runs for help, making sure to take long enough for her accomplice to get away.
She was running around trying to figure out where to go to call somebody, but she knew what she was doing.
Lisa returns expecting to find her dead husband, but her lover is also lying there. David has been seriously injured during the fight.
I believe she was just in shock.
Her story of a random attack is blown. Lisa quickly shifts to plan B and claims David is a jealous ex-lover who acted alone.
She's already processing what comes next and how is she going to save herself. It was all about her. She had to take care of herself.
Lisa is preparing to collect her husband's life insurance payout, but her gold digger dream is doomed from the start. The police soon discover the killer couple is seen buying the murder weapon.
Lisa and David were together and they bought it, and the clerk thought it was weird.
David is convicted of second-degree murder and gets 12 years. Lisa gets 16 years for second-degree murder and solicitation to commit murder.
His birthday was yesterday. He would have been 64. I missed all those years. She stole. Who knows what we could have had with him. She took him away from us.
Lisa was in a big hurry to kill her husband. The ink on the marriage certificate wasn't even dry when she put her plan in motion.
If you care about money that much, you could be a danger to society and certainly won't make a kind and loving partner.
In the case of Jacqueline Krimble, marriage and motherhood meant less to her than money. Rich Hill, Northern Ireland, June 20th, 2004, Jacqueline Krimble makes a desperate emergency call. Intruders have tied her up and kidnapped her 35-year-old husband, Paul. His best friend, Jim McFarland, describes him as a gentle soul without an enemy in the world.
Paul never had anything bad to say about anybody. That's one thing about his character. He always had that, always seen the good side of people.
Just 2 years earlier, Paul and Jacqueline and their young son and daughter moved to the small country village. Jacqueline soon earns a reputation, a bad one.
Jacqueline was always wanting to be center of attention and always the loudest voice in the room. She's gone out every other weekend by herself. He's at home babysitting the kids and stuff.
Paul is one of the few people in the village who does not know his wife has taken a young lover, 27-year-old Roger Ferguson.
Paul was more naive with girls and stuff, you know. He always tried to give them the benefit of the doubt. So that combined with her overpowering personality, if it wasn't balanced, you know, she was too strong a character for him.
Jacqueline isn't just unfaithful to Paul. She openly jokes about cashing in his $450,000 in life insurance policies.
A few times Jacqueline had said to Paul in front of people, "You're worth more to me dead than alive." But nobody took it seriously because we knew, like, obviously Paul had insurance policies and he had a good job which had insurance as well. But you just assume it's her trying to be the center of attention again.
When you hear somebody repeatedly talking about killing another person, you've got to do something about it. You've got to report it. Unfortunately, a life insurance payout gives people like Jacqueline Krimble deadly ideas. They see their partners as bank accounts just waiting to be drained.
On June 19, 2004, the night before Father's Day, Jacqueline is being unusually attentive. She books a special dinner at the local pub, promising Paul a night to remember.
She organised the children to stay with Paul's mother and then arrange a night out for him.
The date night comes at a time when Paul had confided to his friend he wants to end the marriage.
I can remember him specifically saying that he wanted to figure out a way of parting company with Jacqueline, like going to a solicitor and seeing what his options were, etc.
But Paul never gets the chance. CCTV footage captures Jacqueline and Paul leaving a bar at 1:23 a.m. Minutes later, as he enters the front door, he's ambushed. His assailant is Jacqueline's lover, Roger Ferguson. Between them, they beat and kick Paul senseless. They cut off his air supply with a plastic bag. Jacqueline told Paul he's worth more dead than alive. Now she makes it come true, so she can cash in his life insurance policies for a new life with her lover.
Insurance companies aren't that stupid. They don't write big checks to beneficiaries that were murdered. They do their own investigation. Time after time, greedy people think that's all there is to it, but they almost always get caught.
Roger drives the body away in the family car and dumps it on an isolated road. Jacqueline stages a robbery and then ties her hands together to play the victim. The scene is set. She calls the police. When Jim McFarland hears the news from a police officer, he immediately suspects Jacqueline.
I said to him without any hesitation, she's got something to do with this. Straight up, I know it. Because this guy's too nice, doesn't do anything wrong. She's definitely got something to do with this.
Jacqueline was giving out enough signals for her victim's best friend to connect her to the crime. Jim was a good friend. He'd encourage Paul to leave his wife, and Paul was developing a plan. It was just too late.
Luckily, Jacqueline doesn't cover her tracks very well. CCTV captures the Krimbles leaving the bar. It's a 5-minute drive home, but Jacqueline doesn't make her call to emergency for another hour. She cannot explain the missing time.
That's one of her weaknesses. She thinks she's smart, but she's not. Stupid people, they don't see how stupid they are, and their weakness is thinking that they're smarter than others.
The police only have to ask the neighbors to find out about Jacqueline's not-so-secret affair. And the phone records reveal she made calls to Roger just before leaving the bar.
She's a parasite to society. She killed a very good, hard-working, loving man and father of 2 children for money.
Jacqueline Krimble is found guilty of murder and receives a life sentence with a 20-year non-parole period. Roger Ferguson is found guilty of murder and sentenced to life with an 18-year non-parole period. In these 3 cases and many others I've studied, love and money rarely live peacefully together. As my mother used to say, when you marry for money, you earn every penny.
Arlene, did you shoot Norm too?
Yes. He was believed me.
We all want to be loved.
First time I met her, I said, I had a bad feeling about her.
But when it's an obsession,
I was extremely jealous.
love can be lethal.
The old, if I can't have you, nobody will.
The telltale signs of the possessor.
She gave up all the other relationships, and now she's walking away.
As a former FBI profiler, I'm often asked, can you spot a killer? Is it a look, an attitude, a pattern of behavior? After 40 years' experience, I can say it's complicated. But there's one thing I know. There is a deadly type. In 1985, drag queen Brandy West is the talk of Texas. Within a year, she'll be gone. And the man behind the makeup, Cliff Ewens, will face life in prison for a brutal murder.
You were gorgeous.
Thank you. Getting in drag for me was an empowering thing.
In what way?
Because I could walk into a room as myself and people wouldn't notice me. If I was in drag, I was beautiful and I could stop traffic. So doors would open, I'd get all that extra attention.
When I met Cliff in 2014 in a Wichita Falls prison, there was no trace of the brash and confident Brandy West. What does remain is the terrible regret of a possessor who could not control his jealous rage.
How old was Patrice when you met her?
I think 20.
And you were?
31.
31, so that's a bit of an age difference. Was she your first serious relationship with a woman? I mean, serious.
Yes.
Move in, I love you, serious.
Definitely.
When 20-year-old Patrice LeBlanc hooks up with Cliff, she has no idea who she's dealing with. I'm not talking about the fact that Cliff dressed in drag. Patrice knew all about Brandy. And Cliff's bisexuality didn't bother her either. What she didn't know, but would soon find out, was that anyone that Cliff loved had to be all his all the time.
I was extremely jealous. Oh, I was very jealous. I'm with my lovers. I've always been
You've always been jealous.
Very jealous, very possessive.
Cliff displays classic signs of the possessor in an earlier relationship with a male partner.
And I was probably very hard to live with because...
In what way were you hard to live with?
I was becoming famous. I had a lot of hangers-on, you know. Everybody was backstage. Everybody wanted to hang with me, be near me. And it was very hard, and I was probably becoming a little obnoxious, you know, egotistical.
Were you having arguments?
We would have arguments. Every time he left, I would find him. He would go hide because he knew if I got near him and I talked to him and I turned on the charm, he was back. He was back that night. If I could get to him, he was going to be back.
If you could get to him, you could get to him.
I could get to him. I could get to him.
A healthy relationship is based on equality and mutual respect. Cliff's intense need to keep his boyfriend is a red flag. A possessive person is threatened by the mere thought that they could lose their partner. They're very, very insecure. They cannot imagine a future without that person in their life. Patrice became pregnant.
Yes.
And what did you think of that? How did you feel about that?
I was more than fine with it. I was more than fine with it. I'm 32. I'm ready to settle down. I was ready to quit drag. I was ready to do anything because I was just happy. I thought, a kid, oh, this is great. This is like the ice cream on the cake. She was not. She was not. I think she was ambivalent about settling down. She was probably ambivalent about, am I the person she really wants to settle down with? I mean, I'm just being truthful.
Did Patrice want to terminate the pregnancy?
Yeah, all throughout I said, it's your decision. This is not my decision.
For the possessive personality, the two key triggers are abandonment and jealousy. First, Patrice terminates the pregnancy, and Cliff becomes very insecure she's going to leave him. Then she's offered a secretarial job by a good-looking businessman. For a possessor like Cliff, it's the perfect storm.
We started the argument about going to work for this guy, and I was going, nobody is going to pay you that kind of money when you can't type, you know nothing, you've never been a secretary, so something fishy, you're not going to do that.
So you suspected
yeah.
something was up. Were you shouting at each other?
Got loud. I said something, she slapped me. I slapped her. Oh, that was it. She said, oh no, we're not doing this, I'm leaving. She went into the other room, started packing.
Cliff should have let Patrice walk out the door. This wasn't the first time Cliff became possessive and controlling. Patrice had seen it before, but she was so young, I think she just didn't assess the situation properly. She was in danger. A possessive personality like Cliff Ewan's simply cannot endure being abandoned. When Patrice said, I'm leaving you, and started to walk out the door, Cliff acted on a base, primal level. He was panicked.
There was a knife there on the counter from where we'd been eating some fruit earlier, and I took the knife and I just went at it.
Do you remember that moment, Cliff?
Mm-hmm. I live it every day.
What's it like for you?
28 years of hell.
What do you think happened that resulted in you picking up that knife?
I guess the old, if I can't have you, nobody will. There's nothing to blame for it. There's no drugs. There's no alcohol. There's nothing to blame for it but me.
Your temper.
My temper, my ego.
How many times did you stab her?
About 39.
What was that all about?
I don't, you know, after I started, I wanted to end it. I knew I'd already done something really wrong, and I kept thinking, I want this over. I wasn't thinking, oh, call a hospital. I was just thinking, I need to end this. And the whole time I'm thinking, you know what you're doing? You've ended your life. I remember doing it at the same time thinking, you know you're going to get the death penalty for this.
Those thoughts went through your head?
Right during it, I'm thinking that. Thinking my whole life was over right there.
How can someone kill the only person they claim to love so intensely? Cliff felt intense pain. I think he killed her to end the pain he was feeling. And he ended that pain 39 times. Cliff tells friends and family that Patrice has broken up with him and left town. He wraps up her body, weighs it down, and dumps it in a lake. But not everyone believes him, not even his mother.
She goes, do we need to talk? And I'm like, no, we don't need to talk. She goes, are you sure? And I'm like, I'm positive. She goes, Cliff, did you do this? And I'm like, no, hell no, no. And at that point, it wasn't trying to cover everything up. I didn't want to hurt her.
Sure.
I didn't want to hurt her.
But when Patrice's body surfaces 2 weeks later, it's wrapped in Cliff's bathrobe, and he becomes the prime suspect. Cliff maintains his innocence, but the jury finds him guilty of murder, and he's sentenced to life in prison.
You denied it for 7 years, and then you admitted it. That's uncommon.
Just, it can only eat at you so long. You know, you wanna start forgiving yourself, because that's where it starts, with forgiving yourself, but you can't forgive yourself if you're lying to everybody.
True.
The possessor isn't necessarily a psychopath. They do have a conscience. But sometimes their obsession takes over, and Cliff has some advice for anyone who finds themselves in that situation.
Look into your soul with every action that you do, because for every action, there is a reaction, and you will pay for it every day for the rest of your life.
Outwardly, Erin Everett is the polar opposite of a flamboyant drag queen. She's a devoted caregiver and as quiet as a church mouse. People like that make me nervous, the quiet ones, because you don't know what they're thinking.
The first time I saw Erin Everett, she was 25, but she looked like she was really like 14. You wanted to just put your arms around her. She looked like she would blow away in the wind.
When Erin meets 21-year-old Tori Minnick, a fellow nurse at the retirement home where she's working, she's emboldened to finally come out as gay.
She saw Tori and she thought she was beautiful. She liked how she smiled. She was vivacious and outgoing. Rather than talk to her, she texted her because she was afraid. She was on shore. She said, "I'm gay. I'm really interested in you. Would you like to go out?" And Tori answered yes. And that's how it started.
Erin has been raised in a devout Christian family, but she defies her parents to be with the love of her life.
Her parents disapproved of her relationship with Tori. Even though they accepted that it was going on, she felt like she couldn't talk to her mother and dad about it.
Eventually, Erin's parents accept the relationship and even allow the girls to move into the family home. Erin is in heaven.
Tori was the first real relationship she had with a woman. And within a couple months, she was engaged. This love of her life said yes. They were planning to go somewhere to get married. This was her life.
It's not uncommon for a possessive person, once they're involved with someone, to neglect other important people in their life, friends, family, even parents. It's as if they only feel whole or complete when they're with the object of their desire.
Erin is focused solely on Tori, but Tori does not share the same intense feelings.
Tori was a loving, giving girl. So you get a feeling that she went into this relationship with an open mind. You know, you don't feel that she was the kind of person that would use someone just to experiment, that there was something there, but it didn't work.
When Tori catches up with her ex-fiancé on a weekend away, she realizes where her future lies.
She felt that her and Erin were close enough that she could tell Erin, this isn't working. I am going back with my boyfriend. But Erin, who had one friend, the friend was the woman that she loved. She gave up all the other relationships, and now she's walking away.
Erin's dream is shattered by the twin triggers of abandonment and jealousy. As a possessor, she sees only one solution: And to carry it out, she seeks the advice of a family friend, Millionaire.
She was texting Millionaire. She said that she wanted to shoot Tori because Tori was unfaithful to her and was leaving her for her former boyfriend, but she didn't know how to use a gun. She texted him, "What ammunition should I get and where should I go for it?" He texted back, "This is what you get."
And right there is where Aaron's plan should have been stopped. If Billy had called the police, Tori would be alive. Instead, Billy gives her instructions on how to use the gun and recommends a particular ammunition. I have no patience for this kind of thing. If someone is asking you to help murder someone, they're not in their right mind, go to the police. You could be saving a life, and you won't go to prison either.
March 25th, 2011. Aaron watches Tori sleep for 20 minutes.
She said she was thinking, should I set her free and let her go? Or should I kill her?
Like many possessors before her, Aaron comes to the conclusion, if I can't have you, no one can.
Aaron didn't wake up Tori, just looked at her and shot her twice in the head.
Incredibly, with 2 bullets in her skull, Tori is still alive. So Aaron finishes the job.
Aaron went, found a hammer, smashed her twice on the face to destroy her face, to make sure she was dead. She called her mother and said, someone just broke in. They hurt Tori, I don't know what to do. And her mother said, just wait there, I'll be there.
Aaron claims an intruder, possibly even Tori's ex-boyfriend, broke in and killed her. But physical evidence tells a different story. In 2014, Aaron Everett is convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life without parole.
I don't think Aaron consciously covered up her possessive nature. She just kind of blended into the wallpaper. All the signs were there, but nobody picked them up. That is not the case with Arlene Lawless. Alarm bells are ringing loud and clear when Arlene attaches herself to Normie Benner in a small fishing town in Maine.
I told Normie, I said, you'll never get away from her, Normie. The first time I met her, I said, I had a bad feeling about her.
Four-year-old Normie Benner is a big-hearted bachelor and the apple of his mom, Dawn's, eye.
He worked as a fisherman, clam digger. He liked working outside. He was always friendly, and he attracted a lot of people because he wasn't judgmental. He would just accept anybody for who they was, so he had a lot of different friends, different kind of people.
Normie is a catch, and in the spring of 2012, 25-year-old Arlene Lawless reels him in.
Arlene told me how she loved Normie. He was the best thing she ever knew. He was the best father. I said, you've only known him a week, Arlene. And she said, I still know. She said, I'd never do anything to hurt your son or your family. She just seemed weird to me.
True and lasting love at first sight may happen in the movies, but rarely in the real world. We might feel a certain chemistry after a first date, but the possessive person is already picking out curtains and looking for more room in your closet. Going too far too fast is a sign you're dealing with a possessive personality, and the insecurity will follow, and it will be profound.
From the start, Arlene's greatest fear is that Normie will leave her. But the tighter she clings, the more he feels suffocated.
Normie said she's really saying weird things. She wakes me up in the night saying, "Are you gonna leave me?" He said, "I try to break up with her, she don't listen to me." I said, "Well, you just gotta say no is no, just stay home." But he didn't, he just went back.
A possessor's constant fears and suspicions can become a self-fulfilling prophecy and push their partner away. There's nothing sexy about insecurity. On July 21st, 2012, Normie sets out to end the relationship. His mother drives him to Arlene's place.
He said, "Why does she latch on?" So I said, "Because she has nobody else." He said, "You're right." And that was the last thing. He went into the house. He said, "I hope to be home in an hour. I'll call you in an hour."
Arlene takes the breakup badly, and to ease the blow, Normie agrees to stay the night. But when he turns his back, Arlene strikes. And then turns the gun on herself.
Arlene, did you shoot Norm too?
Yes, because he was gonna leave me.
And that made you really upset, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Incredibly, Arlene survives the suicide attempt. She's recovering in the hospital when she confesses to police.
Did it take him a while to die?
Yep.
How long do you think it took him to die?
All night, Sunday.
All day Sunday?
Yep.
So he just laid there in bed and you laid beside him?
Yep.
Arlene's possessive streak couldn't let Normie go. But once he's dead, she can't live with what she's done.
So what happens when you wake up and realize that you're still alive? It's a hard question, but were you upset that you were still alive?
Yeah.
And what about now?
Yeah.
What would you do different if you could now?
I'd shoot me twice.
In 2013, Arlene Lawless is sentenced to 35 years for Normie's murder.
I said, "You know, you ripped our world apart." She said, "I know I did. You did rip our world apart, but you can't take our memories. We love our son, and you cannot take that away from us. We're a close family, and you're not ripping us apart."
Humans are inclined to be a little possessive and definitely protective of those we love. It's why we care for our family, our friends, and our community. We don't want to lose them. A little pang of jealousy is a natural human response. But if that feeling becomes more intense and doesn't go away, perhaps rather than looking at others, you should look in the mirror. Maybe the possessor is you.
Two people in the house, one person's dead. How could that possibly happen?
Some people march to the beat of their own drum.
This was a warped relationship between the two of them.
Others are simply out of step.
That man was a monster.
But how do you avoid
anybody who got in our way?
The self-destructive world
was gonna pay for it.
Of the deluded. As a former FBI profiler, I'm often asked, can you spot a killer? Is it a look?
an attitude, a pattern of behavior. After 40 years' experience, I can say it's complicated. But there's one thing I know. There is a deadly type. The course of Melissa Harris's life is set early, back in high school.
What kind of student were you?
I was a good student. One of my first aspirations was to be a lawyer.
Instead, Melissa ends up here, at the Lowell Correctional Institution in Florida, serving a life sentence as a convicted murderer. Her troubles begin at age 27 when she meets smooth-talking bad boy Earl Linebaugh.
I definitely went too quick. The time we met to the time we were living together, it was probably a couple months.
And that's when she learns Earl is deluded. He's a white supremacist and doomsday prepper and wants to move Melissa and her 3 children to a remote survivalist camp. She tells him that's not possible.
How'd he take it?
That night, Earl tied me up. Earl raped me. I've been through a lot, but that was one of the worst experiences I've ever had in my life.
Earl's behavior is typical of a deluded personality. His twisted belief system makes him self-destructive, and if Melissa doesn't get away from him, he's gonna take her down too. Melissa knows that she has to get the kids out of that situation, so she makes a deal.
I literally get on my knees and I beg this man. I said, listen, I will stay with you. I will love you forever. Let the kids go. Just let the kids go.
Earl agrees to take her children to her sister's home, and Melissa honors her pledge to stay with Earl. But not far into the road trip, he develops the paranoid belief that the police are tracking their rental car. Paranoia and ideas of being persecuted are common delusions, and they can lead to completely irrational behavior. Earl decides to abandon the car and continue their journey on foot. Ironically, that's the very thing that attracts the attention of police.
This highway patrolman, he pulls us over. And he says, you can't walk on a state highway in the state of Florida. He says, why don't I give you all a lift to the county line? Earl's sitting beside me, and he's got a pistol. He's got it right there in his coat pocket. And I'm thinking, what can I do? If I say anything to this man, Earl's gonna shoot him. How can I let this man know that he needs to stop this now?
It's an unthinkable dilemma. Would you have had the courage to speak up? Had she done so, Melissa might have prevented the tragedy that followed. However, Earl might have killed both her and the highway patrolman. There's no doubt in my mind that's exactly what he would have done. The highway patrolman drops Melissa and Earl at the county line, completely unaware of his narrow escape from Earl's violent paranoia.
Finally, we're in this residential area. And he says, we're going to have to take somebody's car. We're going to have to rob somebody and take the car.
They approach the home of 84-year-old Maud Bailey and her caretaker, 57-year-old Alice Durfee.
The lady answers the door, and all I remember is him slamming the door open, yelling at the lady who answered the door to get in the house, get back, get back, get back. I remember opening the refrigerator. And I hear a gunshot. I thought, oh my God, he just killed somebody. That's what I thought, because I knew then that somebody had died.
Risking a murder charge to steal a car makes no sense to a normal criminal. But in Earl's deluded state, he thinks he's the subject of a nationwide manhunt, and that makes him desperate and far more dangerous.
I leave the house. When I'm outside, I hear another gunshot. Next thing you know, he's yelling at me to get in the car, get in the car, get in the car.
They flee north for Canada, but border authorities discover a gun linked to the double murder hidden down the front of Melissa's underwear. Her new nightmare begins. Melissa's charged alongside Earl with 2 counts of first-degree murder. Both are sentenced to life without parole.
I want you to imagine that I am Earl. What would you like to say to me?
That you are the personification of evil, and I hate you for what you've done.
Delusions are a false perception, a false belief, but they're very, very strong. One type of delusion is grandiosity. People with delusions of grandeur can be impossible to live with, and I just described Paige Conley.
Very intelligent, almost scary intelligent. She played off the fact that she was smarter than pretty much everybody in the room a lot of the time.
Independence, Kentucky. Paige Conley's problems begin at 16 when her parents divorce. Her grades suffer. She starts smoking, drinking, and skipping school.
She was just sort of going wild, off the tracks. And my mother felt like the divorce was ruining Paige's life. That she had let her down, that my father had let her down.
Her older sister, Ginger, says Paige took advantage of her mother's guilt.
No one was going to control her. She was going to live her life to the fullest, and anybody who got in her way was going to pay for it.
Paige plays on her mother's guilt. She even claims the divorce left her with mental issues. The doctors do not agree with her, but Paige decides to self-medicate with prescription medications and alcohol.
The years of substance abuse take their toll. By 30, Paige is broke and back living with her mom. But the women constantly argue. Sometimes things turn violent.
Mom called me and she was hysterical, crying. And she says, I need you to come over here. She keeps hitting me and I can't make her stop. My mother was cowering upstairs in her room. bloody, beaten, big chunks of hair ripped out of her head.
Carlene refuses to press charges against her daughter. That night, Ginger stays at the house to ensure that Paige does not return.
I actually slept with a gun under my pillow. There was no way I was letting this crazy woman, who happened to be my sister, back in the house.
But Paige's delusions of grandeur demand that she always gets her way, and she knows exactly how to manipulate her mother. To her sister's dismay, after a few days, Carlene takes her back.
And she started crying, and she just said in this really sad voice, you know, "What do you want me to do?" She's like, "My child. I can't not take care of my child, and she has no one else."
There was no punishment. This emboldened Paige. At this point, Paige was on an unstoppable spiral down. March 14th, 2015. Paige Conley makes a distraught call to 911. The operator can barely make out what she's saying.
911, what is your emergency? Someone just burst in my house. I heard my mom. Okay, someone did what? They burst in my house. Someone broke in your house? My mom.
Police arrived to find Carlene dead on the kitchen floor with multiple stab wounds and Paige covered in blood. She initially claims she woke up from a nap to find her mother had been murdered.
You found your mother dead, covered in blood.
I don't care if it's on. She's the last person that actually ever believes in this phone.
But there's no forced entry and no evidence anyone else has been in the house. Later that night, Paige changes her story and claims to have no recollection of her mother's death.
You know that you can remember this. You remember every single thing about today. Except there's this one section that
where I lost the most important person in my life.
I know, and I want to know why this happened.
And I don't know what happened, so I don't know what you want me to tell you. There's nothing that's going to change, but what I can tell you that I don't know what happened.
Paige stabbed her mother 77 times, but that wasn't enough.
Then she bit her. Unbridled savagery. This woman should never be released.
The most shocking thing, I think, is that when Paige answered the door, her whole face was covered with blood, but it was my mother's blood because she'd been biting her.
Don't you feel like you have some kind of obligation to your family to explain what happened?
A, they won't care. B, they'll never...
They're not going to care that your mom's dead?
I didn't say that. They're not going to care as to what I say did or did not happen. They don't like me. They don't trust me.
In 2017, Paige is sentenced to 27 years in prison for murder. But 2 years later, an appeal court rules her mental health evaluation was unfair. And through a plea deal, her sentence is reduced to 20 years.
Paige is very self-absorbed, always was. And somewhere along the line, she went from being an odd little child to just a mean, hateful narcissist and angry, bitter about who knows what.
Matricide, killing one's own mother, is very, very rare, especially for a girl. People that do it are very, very dangerous. Sabrina Quide did not kill her mother, but her delusions were just as deadly. In Wimbledon, England, in 2011, 29-year-old Sabrina Quide is living the dream.
Sabrina appeared to be a rather glamorous, fashionable woman about town, an aspiring fashion designer. She wanted to live the high life.
The new man in her life, Mark Walton, makes that dream come true.
He was a very successful music producer, so they were living a pretty high life at the time.
Once Sabrina is pregnant, their future together seems assured, until she starts making wild accusations against Mark. She's convinced he's bringing male prostitutes home and sets up surveillance cameras to catch him.
What Sabrina said was clearly not true. It was clearly delusional.
Once a delusion is developed, it's impossible to quell it without psychiatric intervention that probably would include medication. Left unchecked, things are only going to get worse.
Sabrina's aggressive and violent behavior eventually contributed to a breaking down of the affair.
After 2 tumultuous years, Sabrina and Mark split up. Sabrina takes their newborn son and does what she's always done after her failed relationships. She retreats into the arms of 30-year-old Sam Maduni.
Sam was there for the whole time, and when Sabrina would come and go, he would wait for her to come back, and they would just restart their relationship as it was before.
By January 2016, Sabrina has had a second child with another lover and is back with Sam raising both children. The couple hire French au pair 20-year-old Sophie Leonette as a live-in nanny.
She came over to the UK because she wanted to improve her English, she wanted to study, and initially Sabrina treated her a little bit like a member of the family, maybe even like a daughter.
But Sabrina cannot let go of her delusions about Mark Walton. She believes he's stalking her and makes a string of outlandish reports to police.
She claimed he had flown a helicopter over their house, sort of a surveillance operation. She suggested that he had broken into their home in the middle of the night, and she also suggested that he might have interfered with their family cat. All of these allegations were, of course, untrue.
In fact, Mark never owned a helicopter, and Sam and Sabrina did not own a cat. Increasingly paranoid, she becomes convinced that her sweet nanny is having an affair with her ex and has become his spy in Sabrina's home.
Sabrina believed that those two were in it together, plotting against her. The paranoia was spiraling out of control.
Sam is swept up in Sabrina's delusional vortex.
This was a warped relationship between the two of them. They had both become controlling, dominant, violent, and volatile.
Together, Sabrina and Sam conduct a series of interrogations over 12 days, each one more brutal than the last. They're demanding Sophie confess to having an affair with a man she never met and confess to crimes never committed.
She was beaten with some electrical cord. She was slapped. She was clearly subjected to some serious violence. She suffered injuries, including 5 broken ribs and injuries to her breastbone. And eventually they started to record these interrogation sessions. The recordings are truly awful when you hear them, because Sophie is just being subjected to horrible violence, and there's nothing you feel that she could do about it.
The last time Sophie is seen alive, she is a shell of the beautiful young girl she once was, full of hopes and dreams. She is utterly broken. Eventually, she tells Sabrina exactly what she wants to hear.
Sophie admitted to the collaboration with Mark Walton. It was purely out of despair and frustration. She admitted it so that the questioning would stop.
But now that Sabrina has her confession and the recorded evidence to prove it, Sophie is of no further use. On September 19, 2017, Sophie's torment does come to an end, but not the way she'd hoped.
Ultimately, she was put into the bathtub and pushed under the water.
Sam's attempt to incinerate the body in a backyard bonfire is thwarted when neighbors call the fire department, and authorities soon recover Sophie's remains.
There was a lot of damning evidence against this couple, not least the recordings that they themselves had made.
In 2018, Sabrina Quide and Sam Meduni are both convicted of murder and must serve a minimum of 30 years.
Sabrina Quide is a volatile individual, a killer, and somebody who is clearly suffering fanciful and fantastic delusions.
Delusional people rarely seek treatment on their own. Why would they? They don't know it's a delusion. It's a belief. Just like the sun comes up every morning. They're just like you or I, and that's why they're dangerous. Get too close, and you risk being swept into the vortex of their alternate reality. And there's no coming back.
January 17th at 10:15 a.m.
You were supposed to be here about 30 minutes ago. Nobody heard from you.
For some people, nothing and no one comes before that person in the mirror.
It's almost demon-like, what she did.
Narcissists pursue their own desires and will steamroll over anyone who dares to stand in the way.
She's a master manipulator and a pathological liar.
Learn the warning signs of the narcissist.
I could kill a man in 5 seconds.
As a former FBI profiler, I'm often asked, can you spot a killer? Is it a look? An attitude? A pattern of behavior? After 40 years' experience, I can say it's complicated. But there's one thing I know. There is a deadly type. In 2007, in Florida, Dwayne Barentine falls under the spell of good-looking, smooth-talking, 31-year-old Tasha Feuds.
She tells you things that you want to hear, and I think she does that with an agenda in mind, you know. It's just the way she is.
Dwayne and Tasha are both single parents. He has a boy, she has a girl. It's the perfect recipe for a blended family. Tasha is so delighted with the new arrangement, she sends Dwayne constant love notes.
I love you, baby, with all my heart, and I will be yours for as long as I am here. I will raise our babies and love you forever.
It was good. I mean, she was the single mom, and she wanted a family, and she wants to come over and cook and clean, and being a single dad, he was my main priority, and she would make sure that she would kind of dote on him. And I found that very attractive, you know.
Dwayne's first glimpse of the real Tasha also comes in the form of letters. Mail addressed to several different Tashas.
Tasha Fields, Tasha Morton, Tasha Kemp, Tasha Hesse, and I actually asked her, Tasha, how many times have you been married? And she was crying, and she told me she had been married 5 times. Shocked me, because the girl's 31 years old, been married 5 times. I mean, why in the hell couldn't you make it work? You know, you've had 5 opportunities.
That's a good question. And why all the secrecy? That's because narcissists are inveterate liars. They lie not only to others, but to themselves. A false reality cloaks their conscience. Tasha Morton had been lying all her life, but it all catches up with her when one man looks past the attractive, manipulating woman with whom he shares a bed.
And I look back, and it was one lie after another. She told me she had a bachelor's degree in criminal justice.
A lie.
She told me that her grandfather was a federal judge and that a battery had blown up and blinded him.
Another lie.
She came up with a bunch of fabricated stories, and she does it very quickly, too. I mean, she could script a Broadway play at the drop of a hat, and you'll believe it.
Dwayne keeps digging. Dwayne digs deeper into Tasha's past. He discovers she has 2 other children by different fathers. She abandoned both of them. Then another ex-boyfriend drops a bombshell.
He said, I know she was involved in the murder of one of her exes. He said, it's probably just another one of her bullshit lies that she's telling. I didn't know whether to believe it or not.
He discovers Tasha's 4th husband, Mitch Kemp, has disappeared. Right in the middle of a custody battle with Tasha for their young daughter.
I looked at her messages, and I saw Mitch's family had been trying to reach out to Mitch. They hadn't heard from him in 3 or 4 years.
Dwayne ends their relationship, but he keeps investigating Tasha's past. By 2008, he is convinced she is a murderer. When he shares his suspicions with police, they back him up.
They done some legwork on the situation and called me that afternoon. He said, Dwayne, I want you to keep this quiet. He said, but I do believe we have a homicide on our hands.
The more Dwayne learns, the more he realizes he has dodged a bullet. Tasha ends her custody battle with ex-husband number 3, Mitch Kemp, by setting up his murder. And the man she manipulates into pulling the trigger is husband number 4, Greg Morton.
The only thing Greg was guilty of is loving his wife.
To turn Greg into a killer, she tells him Mitch raped her.
If my wife came home and said she had been raped, I would do the same thing Greg did. I don't know what loving husband wouldn't.
Tasha got her husband to kill her ex. They almost got away with it. But when the police discovered the truth, Tasha is a narcissist to the end. She leads them to the body and then blames her ex-husband. After joining the ranks of Tasha's exes, Greg Morton gladly makes a plea deal to testify against her. He tells the jury what really happened when Tasha lured Mitch to their farm.
They ambushed him. When he got out of the car, he put his hands up. And Greg fired 5 shots into his chest. And Mitch fell to his knees, and he reached up with his hands towards Tasha. And he had blood bubbles coming out of his mouth, and she kicked his hand out of the way and spit in his face and said, "Hurry up, finish him."
In 2010, Tasha Feuds is convicted of first-degree murder. She is sentenced to life, no chance of parole. Greg Morton gets 19 years for the lesser charge of second-degree murder.
I think that man's doing 19 years in prison because he loved a master manipulator. And I'm just lucky that I got out.
They may come off as confident, but in fact, narcissists are massively insecure. Jealousy, resentment, and a failure to enjoy the good fortune of others, these are all warning signs. And of course, dishonesty.
Every child wants to be like his father. Strong, aggressive, feared.
This is Danny Pelosi.
You violate me, my father will come out in me.
I met Danny in 2013 in Great Meadow Correctional Facility in New York. He's behind bars for the murder of Wall Street mogul Ted Ammon. Danny says he didn't do it and wants to tell me why. But getting to the truth is like taking a master class in narcissistic behavior. Danny's story starts in 2000 when a rich, glamorous New York socialite, Generosa Ammon, offers him a $300,000 a year job. What did that feel like at the moment? That's like winning the lottery.
Powerball.
Okay.
Powerball. I told everybody. I hit lotto, man.
Generosa is going through a messy divorce with her millionaire husband. Danny's a blue-collar electrician working on the renovation of her 7-story Manhattan mansion. But Generosa sees something she likes.
She tells me, what if I would ask you to kiss me? I tell you I don't want to lose my job. What if I tell you if you don't kiss me, you're going to lose your job?
She actually said that.
Yeah. And I said, you kidding? And she didn't say nothing. And she just looked at me. And I said, that's how it started.
Well, describe Generosa to me.
Well, let's start. There's two sides. Generosa was a beautiful woman until her husband was killed.
Let's go back to you first being
You gotta let
Generosa.
me finish that sentence.
Even in lockup, Danny clearly needs to be in control.
If you got on her wrong side, like her friends and Ted and everyone else, you've seen the face of evil you never wanted to see again in your life.
Danny swears he did not kill Generosa's husband, that she organized 3 other men to do it.
Do you know who killed Ted Ammon?
Absolutely. I know everything.
Do you want to share that? Does anyone else know what you know?
The people who did the murder know what I know?
Danny says he was protecting his lover. In fact, Generosa died 2 years after Ted's death, which just leaves Danny's side of the story. And to believe a narcissist is a risky proposition.
Danny Pelosi claims 3 other men killed Ted Ammon and that the murder was captured on home security cameras. How does he know? According to Danny, he watched the murder on his laptop.
I got the whole thing on the laptop. I seen him get killed. I seen him get killed on the freaking computer that night.
You, in real time, were watching Ted Ammon be murdered on your remote laptop.
I was watching it in real time, but I was watching it 2 hours later.
The truth, according to the prosecution, is that on October 20th, 2001, Danny zapped his victim with a stun gun and then beat him to death. But Danny lives in the alternative reality of a narcissist.
Here's a first. Ted Ammon had his skull broken with a .38 caliber revolver. No stun gun, a .38 caliber pistol, a 9mm pistol was busted over his
That's
head.
2 different guns, a .38
A
revolver, a
25
9mm
caliber,
pistol.
a 25 caliber handgun.
3 handguns.
3 handguns.
When Danny was describing the guns to me, he kept stacking lie upon lie upon lie. I found it to be comical. For the narcissist, if they say something, you will believe it because it came from them.
Danny claims he not only watched the murder, but that it was recorded on a hard drive.
The prosecutor's contention is that you killed Ted Ammon. So it sure would be convenient to have that black recording box, wouldn't it?
That information lets me walk.
Where's the black box?
It was thrown into a creek by me. At that time, it was to protect her from assault charges and protect the idiots that went out there.
Danny never brought up any of this so-called evidence in 2004 when he was convicted of murder and sentenced to 25 years to life.
Thank you for sitting down with me.
I think that's because it's simply not true. It's the alternative universe of a classic narcissist.
If reality doesn't fit their dream, well, they create their own reality. In the case of Kim Coleman, lack of attention is an insult. Narcissists thrive on the admiration of others. In fact, it's a need. They have to have it.
Kim Coleman, the most popular girl in high school, has the world at her feet.
She went to Grambling State. She was very involved in the school, homecoming queen, somebody that a lot of people knew about. She was in a sorority, which is a historically black sorority, and very active in that.
Bright and beautiful Kim catches the eye of Air Force Sergeant 28-year-old Brian Spinks. His close friend, Shane Wright, watches their initial spark bloom into a serious romance.
He was really into her. He told me that he thought about, even bringing her home and having her meet some of his family. So at that time, I pretty much knew that he really liked her.
But Kim is accustomed to being center stage. Brian's love is not enough. She wants his undivided attention.
She would check his phone to see if there were any text messages or anything from anybody else. She was kind of jealous. It was just kind of, hey, yeah, she's crazy, don't worry about her.
But Brian should be worried. After 2 years, Brian tires of Kim's jealousy and cools the relationship. He starts to deliberately avoid her.
If we would see her, he would kind of pull me to the side and tell me, hey, I've seen Kim, I'm gonna leave. He's done that at least half a dozen occasions where he's seen her out and wanted to leave, didn't want a confrontation.
When you're dealing with a narcissist, that's just asking for trouble. On the night of January 16, 2010, Brian and Kim end up at the same bar. This time, Brian's not running away.
And I said, hey, I just saw Kim, she's here. And what do you want to do? Do you want to leave or do you want to stay? And he said, it's okay, I'll deal with it and I want to stay.
But when Kim sees Brian talking to another woman, she sees red.
She was very upset. She was yelling and screaming. There were some people trying to hold her back.
The narcissist is constantly on the defensive, protecting their emotional territory, demanding attention and admiration from those around them.
Brian was upset. He was disappointed, and he told one of our other friends, hey, just take me home, and I'm done with her, just take me home.
Back home, Brian decides he'll end the relationship once and for all by voicemail.
He said something to the effect of, hey, I'm tired of dealing with this, and I was gonna tell you why I'm done with you, but if you don't wanna answer the phone, that's fine.
The next morning, all's quiet at Brian's house.
January 17th at 10:15 a.m.
Hey, Brian, this is my third phone call to you. Anyway, call me back.
He's not answering his phone.
You were supposed to be here about 30 minutes ago. Nobody heard from you.
Friends and family soon realize something is terribly wrong.
Kim Coleman wasn't used to being ignored, let alone dumped by voicemail. Kim fell over an emotional cliff, and it turned her into a monster.
When Kim gets Brian's message, she snaps and turns up at his door, wanting the ultimate revenge. When one kitchen knife breaks, she grabs another and keeps going. In total, she stabs him more than 60 times. Like a true narcissist, Kim believes she can lie her way out of murder. She calls 911, blaming the attack on a mystery intruder.
3-4 police, what's your emergency?
Somebody's trying to kill my boyfriend.
Somebody trying to kill your boyfriend? Okay, where is he at? Okay, is there someone else there I can talk to?
But her call is premature. Brian is not dead. His cries for help can be heard in the background.
Hearing Brian's voice on 911 is one of the hardest things I've ever had to listen to, because you hear him pleading basically for his life, knowing that the person that did this to him is still right there next to him. In my mind, she felt like she had to kill him because the police were coming, and if Brian was alive when they got there, he would have told them, she did this to me. It's almost demon-like, what she did.
Kim was so grandiose about her ability to charm people, she played the damsel in distress when the police arrived. But the lack of defensive wounds on her sealed her fate. In 2012, Kim Coleman is convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. If you're in a relationship where lies, jealousy, and implausible stories are common, you might think of moving on. You can never be a narcissist's true friend. Friendship is a two-way street. With a narcissist, it's a one-way trip to hell.
I don't know where you are, but just come home.
Empathy is the glue that binds humanity together. Families, communities, nations.
Paul or something.
But some people use our compassion.
I'm sorry for all your pain. But it wasn't me.
To save their own skins.
How could we have not seen the signs?
Who deserves our empathy? Who should raise suspicions? What are the warning signs of the faker? As a former FBI profiler, I'm often asked, can you spot a killer? Is it a look? An attitude? A pattern of behavior? After 40 years' experience, I can say it's complicated. But there's one thing I know. There is a deadly type. Bridgewater, Nova Scotia, 2008.
I don't know where you are, but just come home or call or something, please.
These are the tears of a mother for her child, missing in freezing conditions. 12-year-old Carissa Boudreau has not been seen for 2 days. For Bridgewater Operational Commander John Collier, it's a race against time.
There was a snowstorm just starting as Carissa was reported missing by her mother, and there was obviously concerns that she was out in the storm and not dressed properly for it.
Her mother, Penny, is distraught.
Penny had gone into the store to get some items, and when she returned, Carissa had gone missing from the car. She felt that Carissa was angry at her.
A mother's grief triggers a deep emotional response in all of us. It's why the police ask parents and loved ones to go public and plead for help. It can motivate an entire nation for a call to action.
In Bridgewater, neighbors help search, put up posters, and donate money. For 2 weeks, the whole community prays for a happy ending.
I'm just here to reach out to my daughter. Carissa, I just want to tell you that you have lots of people who love you and want you home.
But their worst fears are realized when Carissa's body is discovered by a passerby, dumped on an isolated riverbank.
He noticed a toe sticking out of the snow. The body was covered in snow other than the toes.
Carissa has been strangled and the body is partially naked. Fear sweeps the community that a sexual predator is on the loose.
This is a community that had not experienced any kind of crime like this. There was that, who did this? Are they living amongst us? And is it going to happen again?
Again, the town rallies around Penny and her boyfriend Vernon McCumber in their hour of need. But investigators are uncovering another side to this grieving mother.
Any good police investigator, there's always that suspicion that you're not being told the truth. I mean, the police are often told lies.
The truth of the matter is, the majority of children that are murdered by a parent or primary caregiver.
We're basically, at this point, keeping our minds open to all possibilities. But do we have suspicions? Sure, we had some suspicions. There was a few things. You start looking at it, how she dealt with things in a different light.
All good investigators know you can't take someone's word at face value, and neither should you.
She would cry when she thought it would help get what she wanted. But other times, she was very controlling, very manipulative.
Do you believe Penny's story? You shouldn't. She knows exactly what happened to her daughter.
From the moment her daughter goes missing, Penny Boudreau has the support of the entire town of Bridgewater, Nova Scotia.
But she's counting on her community to believe her side of the story. It's an effective strategy. Turn on the waterworks. Because decent people, which is most of us, don't want to believe the worst about a person. And that's why Penny was given the benefit of the doubt.
But when the case of a lost child becomes a murder investigation, some folks start to wonder, have they been duped by a faker? Evidence begins to point towards home, and it's not a happy household. Penny and her daughter constantly fight. And after Carissa disappears, neighbors report hearing an argument between Penny and her boyfriend Vernon, who demands, "Why did you do it?"
There was some compelling evidence, and it wasn't long after she was confronted with that evidence that she confessed.
The community is shocked to learn that Penny carefully planned the murder, and even more appalled to find out why.
She told police she'd been thinking about for a while that she felt was the only way she could save her relationship with Vernon Montgomery.
Penny claims that Vernon is so sick of the fighting at home, he gives her an ultimatum. It's him or Carissa. And Penny makes her choice.
She had made a decision that Carissa had to go. She went in the store with the intention of starting to establish a story that Carissa had taken off. She then went back to the car, drove to a remote road just outside of town here, basically told Carissa she wasn't going to be coming home. And when Carissa got out, she attacked Carissa. Penny initially jumped on her and was on top of her. Her daughter said, "Mommy, don't." Penny took the string out and strangled her. I think to me, what was the most shocking thing about the whole thing is how she related it to investigators. It was very cold and detached.
The fact that Penny could describe the dying words of her own daughter tells me everything I need to know about her. Her lack of empathy is horrifying.
I don't personally think she was sorry for what she did. The tears you saw when she was going in for sentencing and that sort of thing were tears for herself, that she was caught and that she was going to serve life in prison for what she did.
It took time for the real Penny Boudreau to be exposed, but good police work and good evidence will do that. And that's the secret to identifying the faker. Keep testing their story. Look past the lies and follow the facts. That's what put nurse Vicki Jackson in prison. She was convicted of one of the worst crimes ever perpetrated in Texas. You started working in the healthcare industry at a very young age when you were a teenager. Why were you drawn to that profession?
Because I wanted to be able to save people. I wanted to be able to take care of them and make them better.
I met former nurse Vicki Jackson 7 years ago at the Crane unit in Gatesville, Texas. She's here for life, dubbed the Angel of Death, a serial killer thought to be responsible for 20 murders.
Patients were dying at the hospital where you worked.
But Vicki tells me she didn't kill anyone.
There was several patients that were dying more often than not. They were dying of pneumonia, heart attacks. They were older.
In 2000, the Nocona General Hospital is a small facility with just 18 rooms. When Vicki starts working there, the death rate suddenly skyrockets. In just a few weeks, it doubles. Sometimes 2 patients die in one day.
You were there.
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, correct me if I'm wrong, you were the first person in the room to find them on some occasions?
On some occasions, yes.
How many times did you find them?
3 or 4.
3 or 4. Police investigation revealed that you were the only person, the only nurse, only healthcare provider that was on duty when these murders occurred.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see how that looks bad?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were the only one.
At that time, yes, ma'am.
I was surprised at how calmly Vicki talked me through the murders. I can tell you as a nurse, when a patient suddenly dies, it's an emotional experience. But Vicki seems completely disconnected to all the death around her. This isn't the attitude of someone who wants to take care of people. She doesn't care.
And that same calm persona is what nurse Vicki Jackson displays at work. As one patient after another dies under her care.
There came a time when a man who was having trouble breathing, when the other nurses asked him what had happened, he said, "You gave him an intravenous injection, and then he couldn't breathe." What do you say to that?
No, ma'am. He said it was a blonde nurse.
A blonde nurse.
That messed with my IV.
Were there any other blonde nurses there?
I was the only licensed nurse there that was blonde.
Vicki is fired, and the unexplained emergencies and sudden deaths suddenly stop. She quickly becomes a prime suspect. The evidence suggests it cannot be anyone else, but Vicki flatly denies it.
Do you recall what you thought?
I thought it was crazy. I thought, you know, it's all going to be answered. Surely they can't really mean this.
But they did.
Yes, they did.
They did. And you told them what?
That I was innocent.
Regarding the murders.
That I was innocent.
You were innocent.
Vicki's short and submissive answers tell me she doesn't want to reveal the true Vicki or face the facts.
Police say that you killed those patients because you had a problem with them. They annoyed you, or you had a grudge. What do you say to that?
I think it's bull. None of those patients annoyed me.
So that's not true?
No, ma'am.
But when police search Vicki's home, they find a syringe containing a hospital drug that inhibits breathing. When 10 of her victims are exhumed, they all show traces of the same drug.
Someone was injecting a very, very potent paralytic drug into patients who then would stop breathing and died. Why do you think someone would do this?
Because they're evil.
There are cases where medical personnel, caregivers, deliberately attempt to make a patient sick. And they do that so that they can be the one to call everyone to the room and save them, or save them themselves. It's called Munchausen syndrome by proxy. I don't think Vicki was interested in saving anyone. I saw no signs of empathy or remorse or sympathy for her victims. The only time Vicky ever shed a tear was for herself.
Did you kill those people, Vicky?
No, ma'am.
Is there anything you would like to say to the families of the victims?
Yes, ma'am.
What would that be?
I didn't do it, but I understand your hatred for me. Because if the police told me that you killed my mom, I would hate you. So I understand perfectly, and I'm sorry for all your pain, but it wasn't me.
We'll probably never know why Vicky Jackson did what she did. I certainly couldn't get it out of her, but I do know that her lack of empathy or remorse are loud and clear warning signs. Albuquerque, New Mexico, 1991. When master mechanic Mike Snyder falls for 31-year-old Ellen Sheffield. Mike's sister, Terry, believes it's a match made in heaven.
It was very reassuring because Mike is such an introvert to see him with a woman who was an extrovert. We were pleased. We thought, you know, here's a very outgoing woman who is making a point to fit into our family and to get to know us.
Usually when we meet a new love's family, we're a little guarded, careful what we say, demure. But in this case, Ellen was in a rush. When a new girlfriend ingratiates herself with the family on day one, that could be a warning sign.
I think she was over trying to win our family's approval, but we didn't find that suspect.
Because Ellen is an expert faker. Behind her confident exterior, she hides a powerful gambling addiction and a criminal history of fraud to support it. And she keeps her secret as she and Mike marry and build a comfortable life with a child of their own and the home of their dreams.
It was amazing and did most of the work themselves, so it was a gorgeous home and he was very proud of it.
But the family suffers a blow when Mike is diagnosed with multiple sclerosis.
He was a man who worked 14-hour days for most of his life. For my brother, going on disability was emotionally very hard.
Then, in January 2002, the family receives another shock when Ellen tells them Mike has abandoned his family and run off to start a new life. Ellen was looking for sympathy. She was the wronged, dutiful wife who was left behind by a selfish husband. But Michael's family aren't sympathetic. They're suspicious.
My father, I think, had been trying to call my brother for a couple days and wasn't able to reach him. And when Ellen said the story about how he left, that was a huge red flag for my father and our family. I told my parents, this is not right. Things aren't adding up. We need to do something about this. So that's when we went to the police department and asked them to fill out at least a missing persons report.
They get no answers from the police. But when Ellen falls out with a former friend, he goes to the police and breaks his silence and exposes all her secrets and lies, including the revelation that Mike never left the property.
If that informant had not come to the police, she would have gotten away with murder. We would still, to this day, not have my brother's body.
Through her secret gambling, Ellen has squandered Mike's life savings and still has debts of $475,000.
She had signed a second mortgage out on their home and forged his signature.
When Mike discovers her deception, he tells her the marriage is over. They argue, and as Mike turns to leave, Ellen shoots him in the back.
I had always felt that in my heart. I always knew she was his murderer. My brother's last moments were shock, terror, pain. We know that he tried to run. He was shot in the back.
She buries Mike deep in the backyard and resumes her normal life.
Ellen was able to live a free life for another 8 years.
Ellen Snyder takes a plea deal and is convicted of voluntary manslaughter, tax fraud, and tampering with evidence. She is sentenced to just 11 years and is released in 2018.
Mike's murder affected me in many ways. It's unfortunately made me a person that I'm not really happy with. It's made me angry, cynical. I probably see the worst in people now instead of the best.
That's what makes the faker so damaging, not just to their victim, but to our society as well. Without trust, we're all on our own. Our instincts and emotions can be a great guide most of the time. But sometimes we have to ignore our gut and stick with the facts. We don't have to lose compassion. We just need to see fact from fiction.
January 17th at 10:15 a.m.
You were supposed to be here about 30 minutes ago. Nobody heard from you.
For some people, nothing and no one comes before that person in the mirror.
It's almost demon-like, what she did.
Narcissists pursue their own desires and will steamroll over anyone who dares to stand in the way.
She's a master manipulator and a pathological liar.
Learn the warning signs of the narcissist.
I could kill a man in 5 seconds.
As a former FBI profiler, I'm often asked, can you spot a killer? Is it a look? An attitude? A pattern of behavior? After 40 years' experience, I can say it's complicated. But there's one thing I know. There is a deadly type. In 2007, in Florida, Dwayne Barrentine falls under the spell of good-looking, smooth-talking, 31-year-old Tasha Feuds.
She tells you things that you want to hear, and I think she does that with an agenda in mind, you know. It's just the way she is.
Tasha are both single parents. He has a boy, she has a girl. It's the perfect recipe for a blended family. Tasha is so delighted with the new arrangement, she sends Dwayne constant love notes.
I love you, baby, with all my heart, and I will be yours for as long as I am here. I will raise our babies and love you forever.
It was good. I mean, she was the single mom, and she wanted a family, and she wants to come over and cook and clean, and being a single dad, he was my main priority, and she would make sure that she would kind of dote on him. And I found that very attractive, you know.
Dwayne's first glimpse of the real Tasha also comes in the form of letters. Mail addressed to several different Tashas.
Tasha Fields, Tasha Morton, Tasha Kemp, Tasha Hesse, and I actually asked her, Tasha, how many times have you been married? And she was crying, and she told me she had been married 5 times. Shocked me, because the girl's 31 years old, been married 5 times. I mean, why in the hell couldn't you make it work? You know, you've had 5 opportunities.
That's a good question. And why all the secrecy? That's because narcissists are inveterate liars.
They lie not only to others, but to themselves. A false reality cloaks their conscience.
Tasha Morton had been lying all her life, but it all catches up with her when one man looks past the attractive, manipulating woman with whom he shares a bed.
And I look back, and it was one lie after another. She told me she had a bachelor's degree in criminal justice.
A lie.
She told me that her grandfather was a federal judge and that a battery had blown up and blinded him.
Another lie.
She came up with a bunch of fabricated stories, and she does it very quickly, too. I mean, she could script a Broadway play at the drop of a hat, and you'll believe it.
Dwayne keeps digging. Dwayne digs deeper into Tasha's past. He discovers she has 2 other children by different fathers. She abandoned both of them. Then another ex-boyfriend drops a bombshell.
He said, I know she was involved in the murder of one of her exes. He said, it's probably just another one of her bullshit lies that she's telling. I didn't know whether to believe it or not.
He discovers Tasha's 4th husband, Mitch Kemp, has disappeared. Right in the middle of a custody battle with Tasha for their young daughter.
I looked at her messages, and I saw Mitch's family had been trying to reach out to Mitch. They hadn't heard from him in 3 or 4 years.
Dwayne ends their relationship, but he keeps investigating Tasha's past. By 2008, he is convinced she is a murderer. When he shares his suspicions with police, they back him up.
They done some legwork on the situation and called me that afternoon. He said, Dwayne, I want you to keep this quiet. He said, but I do believe we have a homicide on our hands.
The more Dwayne learns, the more he realizes he has dodged a bullet. Tasha ends her custody battle with ex-husband number 3, Mitch Kemp, by setting up his murder. And the man she manipulates into pulling the trigger is husband number 4, Greg Morton.
The only thing Greg was guilty of is loving his wife.
To turn Greg into a killer, she tells him Mitch raped her.
If my wife came home and said she had been raped, I would do the same thing Greg did. I don't know what loving husband wouldn't.
Tasha got her husband to kill her ex.
They almost got away with it. But when the police discovered the truth, Tasha is a narcissist to the end. She leads them to the body and then blames her ex-husband. After joining the ranks of Tasha's exes, Greg Morton gladly makes a plea deal to testify against her. He tells the jury what really happened when Tasha lured Mitch to their farm.
They ambushed him. When he got out of the car, he put his hands up. And Greg fired 5 shots into his chest. And Mitch fell to his knees, and he reached up with his hands towards Tasha. And he had blood bubbles coming out of his mouth, and she kicked his hand out of the way and spit in his face and said, "Hurry up, finish him."
In 2010, Tasha Feuds is convicted of first-degree murder. She is sentenced to life, no chance of parole. Greg Morton gets 19 years for the lesser charge of second-degree murder.
I think that man's doing 19 years in prison because he loved a master manipulator. And I'm just lucky that I got out.
They may come off as confident, but in fact, narcissists are massively insecure. Jealousy, resentment, and a failure to enjoy the good fortune of others, these are all warning signs. And of course, dishonesty.
Every child wants to be like his father. Strong, aggressive, feared.
This is Danny Pelosi.
You violate me, my father will come out in me.
I met Danny in 2013 in Great Meadow Correctional Facility in New York. He's behind bars for the murder of Wall Street mogul Ted Ammon. Danny says he didn't do it and wants to tell me why. But getting to the truth is like taking a master class in narcissistic behavior. Danny's story starts in 2000 when a rich, glamorous New York socialite, Generosa Ammon, offers him a $300,000 a year job.
What did that feel like at the moment? That's like winning the lottery.
Powerball.
Okay.
Powerball. I told everybody. I hit lotto, man.
Generosa is going through a messy divorce with her millionaire husband. Danny's a blue-collar electrician working on the renovation of her 7-story Manhattan mansion. But Generosa sees something she likes.
She tells me, what if I would ask you to kiss me? I tell you I don't want to lose my job. What if I tell you if you don't kiss me, you're going to lose your job?
She actually said that.
Yeah, and I said, you kidding? And she didn't say nothing. And she just looked at me. And I said, that's how it started.
Well, describe Generosa to me.
Well, let's start. There's 2 sides. Generosa was a beautiful woman until her husband was killed.
Let's go back to you first being
You gotta
Generosa.
let me finish that sentence.
Even in lockup, Danny clearly needs to be in control.
If you got on her wrong side, like her friends and Ted and everyone else, you've seen the face of evil you never wanted to see again in your life.
Danny swears he did not kill Generosa's husband, that she organized 3 other men to do it.
Do you know who killed Ted Ammon?
Absolutely. I know everything.
Do you want to share that? Does anyone else know what you know?
The people who did the murder know what I know?
Danny says he was protecting his lover. In fact, Generosa died 2 years after Ted's death, which just leaves Danny's side of the story. And to believe a narcissist is a risky proposition.
Danny Pelosi claims 3 other men killed Ted Ammon and that the murder was captured on home security cameras. How does he know? According to Danny, he watched the murder on his laptop.
I got the whole thing on the laptop. I seen him get killed. I seen him get killed on the freaking computer that night.
You, in real time, were watching Ted Ammon be murdered on your remote laptop.
I was watching it in real time, but I was watching it 2 hours later.
The truth, according to the prosecution, is that on October 20th, 2001, Danny zapped his victim with a stun gun and then beat him to death. But Danny lives in the alternative reality of a narcissist.
Here's a first. Ted Ammon had his skull broken with a .38 caliber revolver. No stun gun, a .38 caliber pistol, a 9mm pistol was busted over his head.
That's 2 different guns, a .38 revolver, a 9mm pistol.
A 25 caliber handgun.
3 handguns.
3 handguns.
When Danny was describing the guns to me, he kept stacking lie upon lie upon lie. I found it to be comical. For the narcissist, if they say something, you will believe it because it came from them.
Danny claims he not only watched the murder, but that it was recorded on a hard drive.
The prosecutor's contention is that you killed Ted Ammon. So it sure would be convenient to have that black recording box, wouldn't it?
That information lets me walk.
Where's the black box?
It was thrown into a creek by me. At that time, it was to protect her from assault charges and protect the idiots that went out there.
Danny never brought up any of this so-called evidence in 2004 when he was convicted of murder and sentenced to 25 years to life.
Thank you for sitting down with me.
I think that's because it's simply not true. It's the alternative universe of a classic narcissist.
If reality doesn't fit their dream, well, they create their own reality. In the case of Kim Coleman, lack of attention is an insult. Narcissists thrive on the admiration of others. In fact, it's a need. They have to have it.
Kim Coleman, the most popular girl in high school, has the world at her feet.
She went to Grambling State. She was very involved in the school, homecoming queen, somebody that a lot of people knew about. She was in a sorority, which is a historically black sorority, and very active in that.
Bright and beautiful Kim catches the eye of Air Force Sergeant 28-year-old Brian Spinks. His close friend, Shane Wright, watches their initial spark bloom into a serious romance.
He was really into her. He told me that he thought about, even bringing her home and having her meet some of his family. So at that time, I pretty much knew that he really liked her.
But Kim is accustomed to being center stage. Brian's love is not enough. She wants his undivided attention.
She would check his phone to see if there were any text messages or anything from anybody else. She was kind of jealous. It was just kind of, hey, yeah, she's crazy, don't worry about her.
But Brian should be worried. After 2 years, Brian tires of Kim's jealousy and cools the relationship. He starts to deliberately avoid her.
If we would see her, he would kind of pull me to the side and tell me, hey, I've seen Kim, I'm gonna leave. He's done that at least half a dozen occasions where he's seen her out and wanted to leave, didn't want a confrontation.
When you're dealing with a narcissist, that's just asking for trouble. On the night of January 16th, 2010, Brian and Kim end up at the same bar. This time, Brian's not running away.
And I said, hey, I just saw Kim, she's here. And what do you want to do? Do you want to leave or do you want to stay? And he said, it's okay, I'll deal with it and I want to stay.
But when Kim sees Brian talking to another woman, she sees red.
She was very upset. She was yelling and screaming. There were some people trying to hold her back.
The narcissist is constantly on the defensive, protecting their emotional territory, demanding attention and admiration from those around them.
Brian was upset. He was disappointed, and he told one of our other friends, hey, just take me home, and I'm done with her, just take me home.
Back home, Brian decides he'll end the relationship once and for all by voicemail.
He said something to the effect of, hey, I'm tired of dealing with this, and I was gonna tell you why I'm done with you, but if you don't want to answer the phone, that's fine.
The next morning, all's quiet at Brian's house.
January 17th at 10:15 a.m.
Hey, Brian, this is my third phone call to you. Anyway, call me back.
He's not answering his phone.
You were supposed to be here about 30 minutes ago. Nobody heard from you.
Friends and family soon realize something is terribly wrong.
Kim Coleman wasn't used to being ignored, let alone dumped by voicemail. Kim fell over an emotional cliff, and it turned her into a monster.
When Kim gets Brian's message, she snaps and turns up at his door, wanting the ultimate revenge. When one kitchen knife breaks, she grabs another and keeps going. In total, she stabs him more than 60 times. Like a true narcissist, Kim believes she can lie her way out of murder. She calls 911, blaming the attack on a mystery intruder.
3-4 police, what's your emergency?
Somebody's trying to kill my boyfriend.
Oh, you're trying to kill your boyfriend? Okay, where is he at? Okay, is there someone else there I can talk to?
But her call is premature. Brian is not dead. His cries for help can be heard in the background.
Hearing Brian's voice on 911 is one of the hardest things I've ever had to listen to, because you hear him pleading basically for his life, knowing that the person that did this to him is still right there next to him. In my mind, she felt like she had to kill him because the police were coming, and if Brian was alive when they got there, he would have told them, she did this to me. It's almost demon-like, what she did.
Kim was so grandiose about her ability to charm people, she played the damsel in distress when the police arrived. But the lack of defensive wounds on her sealed her fate.
In 2012, Kim Coleman is convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole.
If you're in a relationship where lies, jealousy, and implausible stories are common, you might think of moving on. You can never be a narcissist's true friend. Friendship is a two-way street. With a narcissist, it's a one-way trip to hell.
For someone who's just been told that they're a suspect for murder, you're not overly surprised.
3 cases involving good-natured people.
He was very vulnerable and naive, so she just took advantage.
Who put their trust in the wrong person.
I was too young. I was too young.
And fall prey to a born hunter.
No remorse, no emotions, no feelings, nothing.
Each of these cases shed light onto the dark mind of a predator and reveal the telltale signs that could save your life. As a former FBI profiler, I'm often asked, can you spot a killer? Is it a look, an attitude, a pattern of behavior? After 40 years' experience, I can say it's complicated. But there's one thing I know. There is a deadly type. In Kingsland, Texas, 2011, 20-year-old Joe Hernandez takes his first tentative steps into the world of romance.
He was very vulnerable and naive because he didn't have a girlfriend at school. He was interested in girls, but there was never any relationships. So Kathy was his first girlfriend.
There's only one problem. Kathy isn't a school student. She's a school mom, a 43-year-old mother of 5.
My mom and Kathy went to school together, but I think Kathy was maybe a year above. It was a shock, but you want your sibling or any kind of family to be happy. So if he was happy, then obviously I'm happy.
The age difference was not a problem for Joe. What was a problem was Catherine's history, the way she lived, her MO. One thing about predators, they usually have an agenda. Catherine had a long-standing habit of dating men, getting pregnant, having the baby, and then going back on them for child support. She did it 4 times. This is how she supported herself. Joe found himself in a predator's trap.
My parents didn't approve of it, but I mean, they really couldn't do anything about it. It was his choice.
If I had a 20-year-old son who was dating a woman twice his age, I'd be beside myself. Factor in how she lived, in squalor. She wouldn't work to support her kids. She would get pregnant so men would have to support her. It's how Catherine rolls. Over 11 years, she's had 5 children to 4 different men. She convinces Joe to exchange wedding rings and falsely claims that means they are married. Marriage inspires a sense of obligation. Even the perception of a marital relationship aids a predator in their bid for obedience and loyalty. A fake wedding enables Catherine to gradually take control of Joe's life.
When I would text him, I would get a text back saying, oh, he's at the store. I'll have him call back or text back, but it would be about a few days before I get an answer. And then she'll reply back saying, oh, I forgot to tell him. I was tired, sorry. Just excuses. She was controlling.
And Joe is her meal ticket. She got him working at a nursing home and working extra hours. He was supporting her.
I just remember the last text that I got from him, he didn't sound like he was happy. And I remember him asking me if my parents were mad at him or if they would let him go back home. I was like, they don't hate you. They just wanted him home, away from her.
I think Catherine was running out of ideas. Her years of predation on men and using her body like a succubus had run its course. Joe was walking out the door, and she couldn't let that happen.
If you have control over somebody, you're gonna react big. So she did react really big.
For 2 years, Catherine Preston has preyed on her young lover, Joe Hernandez. On August 26, 2014, her 16-year-old son, Griffin, comes home to find his mother has ended her latest relationship in murder.
What did your mother say to you when you got home? Did she tell you what happened?
Yeah, she told me, like, she hit him in the head, something.
Did she tell you what she hit him in the head with?
I think it was a rock.
She hit him in the head with a rock. I hate you. You're not gonna leave me, and for leaving me, I will kill you. Established predators are not without witnesses. Catherine's manipulative behavior towards men is so consistent and so brazen, she asks her own son to help her dispose of the body. Instead, he reveals the gritty details to the police.
Did she say anything to you about
dispose of the body or what she was going to do?
Yes. She set him on fire to cremate him.
She tried pretty much covering it up by setting him on fire, and then she had called the fire department. She pretty much turned herself in.
Flannel County 911, the address of your emergency. I think I need some help.
Okay, well,
Got a fire going?
you have a fire going?
Yeah.
And what kind of fire?
Well,
Is it in your house or outside or?
house.
What kind of fire is it, ma'am? Ma'am?
Hello? I don't know how to answer that.
I was working and my mom had called and she said, "It's your brother. She killed him." And I was like, what? And I remember just having like an anxiety attack.
In 2016, Catherine Preston is convicted of murder and sentenced to 45 years in prison.
He thought that he was gonna come home, but he didn't.
Catherine had no means of support. It never occurred to her, apparently, to get a job. When Joe said he was leaving, I think she lost it. And that's why she killed him. Punishment and anger. Predators come in all types. For Cindy White, it was the kindest couple in the world, or so she thought.
Some people came into your life.
Yes.
Tell me about that. Who was it?
It was Charlie and Carol Roberson. I met them on my paper route. I used to stop by with the kids.
I first spoke with Sarah Cindy White in 2015 at the Indiana Women's Prison, where she has served the last 40 years. Cindy's an orphan, but for years before her father died, he sexually abused her. At 17, she takes a job as a nanny with the Robersons, hoping for a brighter future.
How did you like taking care of the kids?
Oh, I loved those kids as if they were my own, for real.
Cindy White was the perfect victim. Cindy had a decade of abuse, physical and sexual, when the Robersons offered her a lifeline.
But that lifeline comes with unexpected conditions. 45-year-old Charles Roberson starts taking a special interest in Cindy.
He would set up his projector and make me sit there and watch these porns with him.
What did you think of that?
It was sickening. I was embarrassed, number one. And number two, he was satisfying himself while we were watching, and he made me watch him.
Wow.
Yeah, and he would start telling me to take off clothes, and so I'm under the impression that Carol, the wife, knows nothing about this. So we're sitting there on the couch, and she comes home early from work. And she walks in and she says, "What have I missed?" And that,
what?
Yeah.
So she was a willing participant, not a jealous wife.
Right.
And you were the victim.
I was an unwilling participant.
Predators look for the most vulnerable among us. 18-year-old Cindy White had no one looking out for her.
And this couple takes full advantage.
Charlie and his wife Carol were sexually abusing Cindy.
People would come in.
Yeah, a couple of men. I didn't know who they were or anything like that, but they were there and they would like get off, especially when I was having sex with an animal.
Charlie made you have sex with an animal?
A dog.
I'm so sorry.
In the grip of a predator, a victim has two choices: fight or flight. Cindy chose flight and developed an elaborate plan to escape the abusive situation. On New Year's Eve, 1975, Cindy set the plan in motion.
My grandmother had a house fire. Everybody got out okay. No one got hurt or anything. But the fire made the house unlivable.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like that, a light bulb came onto my head. If I can start a fire to where it will smoke up the house and make it unlivable, you know?
It's a desperate and dangerous solution, but Cindy claims her only intention is to damage the home. But the fire takes hold.
It went up so fast. I ran to their bedroom and they were still awake, and I said, my God, the house is on fire. Come help me get the kids out. I try opening the window and it won't open. I tell Carol, she says, get on the top bunk, open that window and I'll hand you the kids, go. I got up there to go open the window. Next thing I remember is I'm laying on the ground. I'm totally confused. I don't know what's happening. I'm like, oh my God, this is a nightmare.
Cindy falls from the window and survives. The Robersons and their 4 children perished in the flames.
And I kept trying to get back in that house. I kept trying and trying and trying. Neighbors pulled me back. So eventually, they wouldn't let me go, but I stood there watching them burn.
Do you recall what you thought and what you felt when you were told they're all dead?
I lost it. I truly, truly lost it. They came and gave me a shot.
Cindy is serving 6 consecutive life sentences, 1 for each member of the Roberson family. Did you kill the Roberson family?
Yes.
Was that your intention?
No. Not at all. No one was supposed to have died that night. No one. The fire got out of hand.
Predators like the Robersons don't go after just anyone. They look for the weak and isolated. Angelica Gavari was looking for a big payday. When Angelica chose Vonnae McGlynn, she stalked her like a gazelle.
In a quiet suburb of Adelaide, Australia, in 2008, 83-year-old Vonnae McGlynn feels safe in the knowledge her neighbors are looking out for her.
We'd call across the street and often I'd go over and talk to her and we'd talk about the plants, in so much as how we're going to keep them alive during summer. And the neighbours, you know, people all knew each other in the street. So it was, in those days, safe and quiet.
But one neighbor has a more sinister interest in Vonnae.
We haven't heard from Vonnae at all. We just can't find it.
Yeah.
So obviously we're quite concerned about it.
34-year-old Angelica Gavari is a predator, a convicted fraudster on the hunt for an easy target. On December 3rd, 2009, Vonnae goes missing.
You seem to be the person that is perhaps closest to it. And you made
being the last person to see her as well.
Okay.
So we're hoping that you might be able to give us something that will help us find where she is, where she may be.
I have no clue. That's what I'm keep asking myself as well, where she could be.
Predators don't go after strong people because they can't control them. Their instinctual goal is to find someone they can use for ongoing victimization. In Angelica's case, she targeted an 83-year-old woman with a broken arm. That would be like finding a bird in your backyard with a broken wing. You have total control. For Angelica, it was perfect.
As the days go by, the mystery of Vonne's disappearance deepens. Teresa Malloy recalls a strange incident that happened to Vonne shortly before she vanished.
I received a phone call from Vonne and she was very upset. And she said, something terrible's happened to me. I just want to talk to you about it. I've had this woman banging on my front door. And I opened the door and she said, I want to be your carer. I can come and live here and you can pay me. She went round to the back of my house and she banged on all my doors and all my windows.
Vonne's visitor is 34-year-old mother of two, Angelica Gavari. She already has a record for petty fraud. And this time, Angelica is looking for a bigger payday. She sets her sights on Vonne's house and everything in it.
I had a cold shiver going up my back as well, thinking how terrible. I didn't know then what was to happen very shortly thereafter.
Vonne declined Angelica's aggressive offer. Just days later, Vonne is reported missing. The last person to have seen her is Angelica.
Did she say when she was going away?
Well, that's the funny thing, she didn't.
She didn't tell you when?
Yeah.
Did she say where she was going?
No, she didn't mention anything at all, where she's going or where to.
Every lead the police follow brings them back to Angelica. She's the prime suspect, interviewed repeatedly, but she does not crack under the pressure.
We can't find her at all. We're suspecting that she may be dead.
Oh.
Okay?
Okay.
So, at this point of time, you are the only person that we have connected to her, okay?
Mm-hmm.
When Angelica was being interrogated by the police, she seemed cool, calm, and collected.
For someone who's just been told that they're a suspect for murder, you're not overly surprised.
She never even offered an explanation or a defense, or a denial. I didn't do it. Let me go. You have no proof.
Unless there's anything you can come up with at all?
No.
No.
What I see is a woman who may be in shock that the police were onto her.
Because Angelica believes she has committed the perfect crime.
Vonne had been to the shops. Angelica climbed into the ceiling and waited for Vonne. She used the statue to hit my friend over the head. Angelica pulled Vonne down some steps to a back fruit tree and left her there. Angelica decided to go out for dinner while my friend was lying under a fruit tree in her backyard.
She returns the next day to dispose of the body in the most brutal way imaginable.
She dismembered my friend. She cut off her head, her hands, her legs.
When those body parts start turning up in a creek bed directly opposite Angelica's home, her days as a predator are numbered.
I don't think anybody would commit murder if they knew for a fact they were not going to get away with it. I don't think Angelica ever thought she'd get caught.
Yeah. So obviously we're quite concerned about it.
Yeah. She dispersed body parts all over town, and she thought she was going to get away with it.
You know, you're under arrest for the murder of Amy Glenn. Okay? So you have to come with us. Come around here, put your handbag in there.
In 2011, Angelica Gavari is found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to 32 years.
Not all predators are killers, but all of them are calculating. They hide in plain sight, camouflaged by their ordinariness. But you can't see what's going on in their head. This makes them one of the more difficult, deadly types to spot. But one thing is for sure, wherever you find the vulnerable, you will find a predator.
$17, $32, and $16.
I got mad at her. I went crazy. And I pushed him out of the car outside.
What makes good people with no criminal history?
And I just wanted to be someone that my family could brag about.
Suddenly snap.
You go from this nice girl, and all of a sudden she's some kind of monster.
How can we spot red flags when there are none? Is it even possible to find the warning signs of the transformer? As a former FBI profiler, I'm often asked, can you spot a killer? Is it a look? An attitude? A pattern of behavior? After 40 years' experience, I can say it's complicated. But there's one thing I know. There is a deadly type.
What were you feeling when you pulled that trigger?
Nothing at all.
Dallas, Texas, 2008. Brittany Gully is just 19 years old when suddenly and inexplicably her life goes off the rails. Brittany embarks on a week-long shooting spree that leaves 2 people dead and another blind.
I was pretty much just stumbling, not seeing straight, just completely just off balance.
Mentally?
Everything, yes.
In 2013, I sat down with Brittany in the Central Texas prison to delve into what transformed a loving daughter and dedicated servicewoman in the U.S. Army into a rampaging killer.
I lived a pretty okay life. I wasn't just a straight A student, but I was, mediocre, I passed. I graduated with honors.
Well, that's more than mediocre.
I joined the Army so I can take care of my family. I wanted my mom to retire. I wanted to be able to take care of her. And I just wanted to be someone that my family could brag about.
Brittany's life turns out exactly the opposite of what she wanted. How could that happen?
One obvious factor marks the beginning of Brittany's downward spiral.
My downfall was drugs.
What kind of drugs?
Cocaine. And little did I know it was just, that was the door opening to ruining my life. A high that just makes you forget about everything, where nothing matters.
Nothing matters.
Yes.
Except more cocaine.
Yes. There were drastic changes as far as the way I was acting. I started to have more of a short fuse, actually.
Shorter fuse.
Yes.
You were more angry.
Yes.
Some drugs, including alcohol, can be personality amplifiers. Happy people become happier, angry people become more angry. I think that might have been what was going on with Brittany. She had a lot of unresolved anger.
Why do you think you became a killer at the age of 19?
I would have to say, probably because I was hating myself. I hated myself.
On the night of September 27th, 2008, these negative forces in Brittany's life converge. As she and her friend Jeramisha Adams head out on the town, high, angry, and armed.
When you're from the hood, you're gonna have some protection with you because you just never know. You didn't piss someone off and they wanna get back at you.
She was angry, she was drugged up, and she had a loaded shotgun. Brittany was an extremely dangerous person. But no one's stepping in. There's no counter voice to the cocaine that's raging in her head.
The girls encounter Pascual Montealvo, a local man simply attending a quinceañera.
They were having some type of words, and he kind of like blows her off.
But he didn't touch her.
No, he didn't touch her.
And then what happened?
I shot him.
Did you talk to him before you pulled the trigger?
No.
So you didn't even ask him for anything?
No.
Were you angry?
I was angry, yes, but not at him. It was just...
What were you angry about?
Just my life in general. I was a failure.
Brittany's transformation from devoted daughter to cold-blooded killer is complete. But the killing has only just begun. With no link to their victim and no witnesses to the crime, Brittany and Jeramisha are feeling untouchable. A week later, they're back cruising the streets, and once again, Brittany's riding shotgun.
We were driving, and a guy ran across the street. We almost hit him with the car. So we pulled up on the side of him.
Carnell Pardue is simply in the wrong place at the wrong time.
So we're into a heated argument, and I go with the shotgun, and I fired at him.
Hit him in the face?
Yes.
Carnell survives, but the injury to his face leave him permanently blind. And Brittany's not done. An hour later, she holds another innocent stranger at gunpoint, Jose Molina.
Yeah, it was just high, and once again, I reacted
You shot him?
Yes.
"19 years old and you killed 2 people in 2 weeks that you didn't even know and meant you no harm."
Yes.
Did drugs kill Brittany's victims? Some would say yes. Brittany is an angry young woman, but she still knows the consequences of her actions. When she's high, those consequences disappear. But when she comes down, those consequences are staring her in the face.
I realized, oh man, I just did that. I was like, why did I do it? I have to face reality and realize that 2 people are dead.
In 2009, Brittany Gully is convicted of 2 counts of murder plus aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. A total sentence of 60 years. A collision course of depression, drugs, and self-hatred turned a bright young woman with a clean record into a spree killer in the space of 2 weeks.
Katie Kersey is another person who would never dream she could do anything evil. In fact, she did one of the cruelest things I've ever heard.
Katie, could it have possibly been a guardrail on a bridge that you hit?
I got mad. I went crazy. And I pushed him out of the car outside.
And who is this you supposedly pushed out of the car?
Yeah, Troy.
In Fort Valley, Georgia, in 2013, Katie is a caregiver to Troy Johnson, who's confined to a wheelchair after a childhood accident.
She was always smiling and laughing. You know, she would joke around with us. I mean, she was just a really nice person.
Troy's cousin, Sade Owens, remembers the early days fondly.
I believe that they really did love each other. She was happy, he was happy. She would, you know, make sure he took his meds, ate, brushed his teeth. You know, if he needed to change clothes, she would change his clothes.
Troy's parents have passed, but between his grandmother and Katie, he has the support he needs. And Katie likes to stay close to Troy. Very close.
As long as they were spending time together, everything was fine. But the minute he would go off with another one of his friends, there's an argument.
Katie is the loving caregiver, but only on her terms. That's a warning sign. I would go so far as to say perhaps that was the reason Katie was attracted to Troy in the first place. His profound disability left her in control.
She always wanted him to be where she could find him. If he wasn't home, that's when she would argue.
Katie's occasional use of methamphetamine puts a further strain on the relationship. Eventually, they drift apart, but remain friends and stay in regular contact. On March 14, 2017, they arrange a trip to the local shopping mall.
They were supposed to be going to the store. His chair was outside. It was left in the yard.
After they leave, Troy realizes Katie is high on meth. When he demands to go back home, she refuses.
Troy never used those drugs, so I don't think he knew what she was going through or the drugs she was using.
At the mall, when Katie leaves Troy alone in the car, he resorts to calling 911.
Hello?
I'm out of my wheel. Girl, I'm in a wheelchair, and then she's trying to take me where I don't want to go.
What's the girl's name? Do you know?
Her name is Katie.
Troy was telling the police he didn't feel safe, he was out of his element, he didn't have his wheelchair, and he wanted to go home.
Okay, she's still in the store?
Yeah, she's still in the store now, like she's coming out, though.
Okay, well, I've got people en route, okay?
Despite the influence of the drugs in her system, Katie was able to pull herself together enough to look the cop right in the eye and say, "Oh, there's no problem, officer. I'll take him home." Then when she gets behind the wheel, she drives the opposite direction from Troy's home, drives through a fence, deep into the woods. If Katie was crazy at that time, she was crazy like a fox. She knew what she was doing.
Katie Coursey has transformed from loving caregiver to a drug-fueled monster, and wheelchair-bound Troy Johnson is at her mercy.
That's when she took his phone in the midst of having this heated argument, going down this wooded area. She just pushed him or put him out the car.
It's a private road with no passing traffic and not a house in sight. Katie abandons Troy without his wheelchair, without his phone.
And left him there to die. While she went on a bender for 3 days.
I've never been on drugs before, so I don't know what it feels like or what could have been going through her mind.
It's only when Katie turns up at a relative's home that they call the police.
Nobody's seen the boy since he got in the car with her. Well, now she's saying something about they hit a fence and she kicked him out of the truck because he was fussing at her.
I got mad at her. I went crazy. And I pushed him out of the car outside.
As the temperature plummets into the low 20s, it's a race against time to work out Troy's location.
I mean, she's the only person who knows where this boy is. As far as I know, I just knew that we got to get him some help if he's out there. It's been so cold.
Katie's relative tries desperately to jog her memories of that last fateful drive.
I'm now going toward the trash dump, where the trash place is, Gray's Chapel.
Yes, go that way.
Okay, all right, well, we're riding on down that way, baby. Look, we just went.
But Katie's mind is still so addled by drugs, she can't even tell them where to look.
You don't know, baby?
No, when you keep talking, I don't.
Katie, you really don't have a clue where you got him out of the vehicle, do you?
If I pay for my house.
That's fine, go ahead, but I mean, the longer he sits out there, the worse shape he's gonna be in.
Helpless and alone with no hope of rescue, Troy dies of hypothermia.
You try not to think about the way it happened and the way she did it, because it hurts more. It hurts a whole lot more.
After 3 days, on March 17th, 2017, the police find Troy's body at an isolated hunting camp.
To know that Katie hurt him after she was the one that loved him so much, That was the most hurtful thing to me. And then a couple of days later, I did find out that she had got back on drugs. And of course, you know, we knew then that that was the issue.
Katie Coursey is diagnosed with drug-induced psychosis and admitted to a psychiatric facility. In 2017, she is convicted of murder and neglect of a disabled adult and sentenced to life in prison. Katie showed a possessiveness and controlling nature in her relationship with Troy. I believe Katie would never have committed murder if she hadn't been on drugs. LaTonya Bellamy is under the influence of another power altogether. She wanted to fit in with her crowd.
Tanya Bellamy was 19. She had a future. She wanted to be a social worker, and she just wanted to help troubled youths.
Far from helping troubled youth, overnight, LaTonya transforms into one. In Jersey City, New Jersey, journalist Daniel Reyes has covered many murderers. But 19-year-old LaTonya Bellamy does not fit the mold.
This was completely out of left field. She was a normal girl, college girl, home from spring break. Things just got out of hand.
On April 4th, 2010, LaTonya is catching up with her cousin Shaquan Bellamy and their lifelong friend Darmelia Lawrence. Shaquan is the troublemaker of the group, on parole for drug violations and under suspicion of murder. Sometimes an individual will do something completely outside of their nature if they're in a group. A group has power.
She just wanted to shoot a gun, but she didn't want to hurt anybody. Shaquan earlier brought out his guns, the shotgun and the pistol, and then it went to the next stage where it's, let's go out and rob someone. Firing a gun is one thing. You can go to a shooting range and fire a gun. Killing someone is a completely different thing. She could have said no, maybe lie, say I'm tired, say I might really want to do that, or I'm going to go home, but she went with them.
Nia Hawk and her fiancé, Michael Muchioki, have just arrived home from a family celebration, their engagement party.
They were great people. They had great careers. They loved each other. They were inseparable. They were ready to start a future together. Came home to Jersey City, parked the car to, bring all the gifts inside, and that's when the three approached them. Wrong place, wrong time.
The couple offers no resistance, give up their car keys without question. But Shaquan orders them to lie face down on the ground.
I can't even imagine how terrifying that was. Shaquan then shot Michael in the back of the head with a shotgun.
And LaTonya's wish to fire a gun comes true.
LaTonya shot Nia once in the thigh, and then once in the back of the head.
In that instant, LaTonya is transformed. She trades her entire future for the momentary thrill of being a killer.
You go from this nice girl who wants to be a social worker, and all of a sudden she's some kind of monster. It was a thrill kill, did it for adrenaline. That's shocking. I mean, the whole thing is just, it blows my mind.
As the saying goes, those who follow the crowd usually get lost in it. LaTonya is easily influenced, and she sought approval from the wrong people. I believe, but for the company she was keeping, LaTonya never would have hurt anyone.
She did something completely outside of her nature, and she's going to pay for it with 93 years in prison.
In 2013, she's convicted of 2 counts of felony murder plus carjacking and sentenced to life plus 30 years.
I can't say any of these 3 people are natural-born killers.
Outside influences transformed them, made them capable of murder. Many criminologists believe, given the right circumstances, it could happen to any of us. If you see someone fundamentally changing and fail to see the cause, before you know it, you may have a transformer on your hands. And believe me,
they are bad news.
I tried really hard to stab him in his chest. I'm pretty sure I stabbed his face.
Social media doesn't kill people.
The next piece of information that you need to know is that she is dead.
But it can be a powerful accomplice.
This selfie with her and the murder weapon and the victim.
Learn the telltale signs and beware of the oversharer.
She worried about those pictures being on somebody else's phone, getting out to other people.
As a former FBI profiler, I'm often asked, can you spot a killer? Is it a look, an attitude, a pattern of behavior? After 40 years' experience, I can say it's complicated. But there's one thing I know. There is a deadly type.
I told you to watch your back and not chill with him. Now your ass is mine, and I'm guaranteeing you I'm gonna murder you. I'm letting you know that now. You're a fat and I'm gonna kill you. I swear on my life.
That's 19-year-old Rachel Wade in 2009, threatening a romantic rival over voicemail. It's a teenage spat that starts online and ends in a Florida prison where Rachel is serving 27 years for murder. In 2011, I visited Rachel to find out how an ordinary situation became deadly.
Telling someone, though, you're going to kill them, those are pretty severe words. Do you recall what you were feeling?
When I said it, I think I had been drinking that night. So I think that it just came out of anger.
Okay, all right.
I never intended on following through with the threat.
Rachel's story begins when she hooks up with a 19-year-old boy she has known since elementary school.
I think it kind of just hit both of us that we found an attraction in each other, and we had known each other for so long that it was like, okay, you know, we'll try this more than anything.
How did he treat you?
In the beginning, we had a lot of fun.
Until, through social media, Rachel discovers she's not his only girlfriend. Her love rival is 18-year-old Sarah Ludeman, who proudly posts photos of her new man.
The social networking sites, what role did that play in this what unfolded in this horrible story?
It helped it escalate because she would constantly post pictures of them together or something. And I mean, I didn't know if they were old or if they were recent.
What did that feel like?
I was embarrassed. I always had people telling me, you know, leave the situation. He's no good. You know, look at this. And it was embarrassing.
Rachel doesn't blame her boyfriend. She lashes out at Sarah on social media, and Sarah hits back. It's the start of a prolonged online hate campaign.
How long did this kind of activity go on?
For about a year to 8 months.
So almost from the beginning of meeting her.
Yeah, and it slowly but surely started getting out of hand.
Why is social media so powerful? Because it taps into our basic need to be accepted in a social group.
Friendship networks are second only to our very own families in their power to affect self-esteem and how we view our place in the world.
This murder did not happen because these two women were fighting over a guy. This murder happened because there was a large viewing audience.
Do you think that the tension between you and Sarah would have been so intense had it not been, these social networking sites not existed?
I don't think it would have escalated nearly as much.
You're dumb for real. If you're lying, I'm gonna find you and I'm gonna beat your ass. If you're not lying, I'm gonna find you and beat your ass, okay? End of message.
These two women had a viewing audience of thousands of people, and they felt they couldn't back down. We see examples over and over again in our lives. Social media fanning the flames of a minor passion into intense animosity and rage.
Next message. And I'm telling you now, I'm gonna show you psycho. Keep with me. You're with the wrong person, and you're with the one thing that I care about. End of message.
At this point, the conflict becomes less about their shared boyfriend and more about their respective egos. It's an online feud destined to end in the real world. On the night of April 14th, 2009, Rachel and Sarah come face to face for a final showdown.
What happened, in your words?
I decided to leave my apartment because I heard honking and screaming.
Rachel thinks Sarah is harassing her. She goes to a friend's house and brings a knife with her.
You had a knife and you were going to kill Sarah. Is that true or not?
I did not say I was going to kill her, but I did say I had a knife.
Sarah and her two friends drive by and see Rachel on the porch.
All of a sudden, Sarah pulled up, swerved onto the street real fast, barely stopped, slammed on her brakes, jumped out. She had her hands up like she was ready to attack me. She just had her hands up and she was cussing, yelling at me. I made sure that they saw the knife.
What do you mean you made sure they had it? Show me what you did.
Outwards so that they would see that I had it. And my thinking was they would be maybe intimidated or scared, you know.
You brought a knife to a fist fight, and what happened?
It seemed like she came after me more. I remember Sarah hitting me a couple times.
Where did she hit you?
In the head. She grabbed me by my hair, and I remember flailing my arms. I ended up stabbing her. I didn't know until later.
You stabbed her one time?
I think it was one cut, like an actual cut, and one actual wound.
Okay, so twice.
Yes. I don't specifically remember stabbing her. I do remember standing up, seeing blood on the knife in my hand. Once I saw the blood, I didn't really know what to think. I didn't see where it was coming from. I knew it wasn't coming from me, so I just kind of panicked. I didn't know what to do.
What do I do?
Is there serious bleeding right now?
Yeah, she's bleeding. Sarah! Sarah, stay with us. Sarah! Sarah!
The blade pierces Sarah's heart, and within an hour, she is dead.
The next piece of information that you need to know is that she is dead.
Oh my God!
Okay, she died as a result of these stab wounds that she had.
Rachel is convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 27 years.
I'm okay with the fact that I'm here because I know what happened was wrong. Whether I meant to do it or not, it was wrong. And I helped it escalate.
How do you feel about the inescapable fact that Sarah's dead because of you?
Awful. I think about it every single day.
I've stared into the eyes of many criminals, and I believe if Rachel could do it over again, she wouldn't become a killer, and Sarah Luderman would be alive.
This case serves as an important reminder. Online disputes can lead to real-world tragedies. If you're being publicly attacked, you should take it safely offline if possible. Or even better, simply log off. There are times when social media brings people together, and it can elevate self-esteem.
Unfortunately for Amanda Taylor, she wanted to be recognized for all the wrong reasons.
Amanda and her husband, Rex, share a bizarre obsession with serial killers and their crimes. They even fantasize about carrying out their own killing spree.
Something about it really interested her and interested Rex Taylor.
Amanda posts every detail to her social media feed. She loves to share, and she loves to shock.
I think she craved the attention that she was going to get.
Prosecutor Mary Pettit believes that desperate need for attention finally drives Amanda to unleash her online fantasies on the real world.
And she's been researching serial killers forever, so she knows how they get media attention, and she wants to be somebody that people will be looking up and reading about.
In 2015, Amanda posts the world's first murder scene selfie, smiling beside the fresh corpse of her real murder victim. From this, Amanda gets more attention than she's ever dreamed of. But what led to this extreme, and who is her victim?
Most of us don't want that much, really. Just a productive life and a few close friends and family. But others need more. They need lots of friends, or at least admirers, followers, and likes. Why? Because that's a stronger signal of acceptance. And popularity is the ultimate self-esteem booster.
For these people, attention is the ultimate drug. Amanda's only regret is that her husband Rex cannot share her online notoriety. 1 year earlier, while separated from Amanda, suddenly Rex takes his own life.
I think that she probably felt some guilt because she was instrumental in this separation and limiting his contact with the children. And his suicide note did indicate that the separation from the children was weighing on his mind.
There will be no moment of introspection for Amanda. She blames Rex's father, Charles, for introducing him to the prescription drugs she believes led to his suicide. Born killers or psychopaths don't spend much time pondering their mistakes. They're more likely to lash out at others. Amanda feels she lost her soulmate.
She grieves publicly online. Amanda put everything out there for the world to see. Some people have a need to do that. For them, it's validation.
Her frequent posts catch the eye of 32-year-old Sean Ball, who within months fills the void left by Rex. He indulges Amanda's dark passion with the perfect birthday gift.
Amanda's request, Sean bought her a knife. They really started talking specifically about what they were going to do with this knife. It became something that she was thinking about using in a murder.
For anyone close to Amanda, alarm bells should have been ringing. But Sean, he just wants to please her, so he goes along with it. That's not a charm to hang on a bracelet. It's a weapon. What did he think was going to happen? Clearly, Amanda was moving from simply viewing violent crime scenes to creating her own.
With Sean as her willing accomplice, Amanda sees her chance to mount her killing spree. Top of the list is Rex's father.
Blaming her father-in-law for her husband's death was just a convenient excuse for her. I think had he not been an easy target, she would have moved on to someone else. Long before this murder, Amanda was into it.
On the night of April 4th, 2015, Amanda and Sean pay Charles a visit.
And I just started stabbing him, and Sean hit him with a crowbar.
Probably at where the places that you stabbed him at?
I'm pretty sure I stabbed his face. I was mainly trying to stab his chest. I know Sean got his arm with the crowbar, and I think his head.
Okay. And there was a lot of blood up against the walls.
The knife and the crowbar.
Amanda stabs Charles 31 times. Stabbing someone 31 times is 30 times more than necessary, usually tells me anger, revenge, rage.
But I don't think that's what's going on here. I think Amanda was expressing her need and desire to be a vicious killer.
Additionally, the gory crime scene photos will receive jaw-dropping attention when she posts them.
After they've murdered Charles, then Amanda took a picture, and in the photo, she is displaying the knife, and in the background of the photo is the body of Charles. It's absolutely horrifying that somebody would want to do that.
Under her profile name, Brunette Bomber, Amanda proudly posts the photo on her account and begins regular updates of her life on the run.
There was a bunch of posts on your Instagram account and on your Facebook account about this. Did you do those?
Yeah, I wanted people to know that I did it for Rex, not because I'm crazy.
You know, she and Rex were never able to go on sort of this serial killer spree together, and so she, to some extent, is living that out for the both of them.
Me and Rex planned to do a lot together. We had a lot of plans to do stuff together.
Like this kind of stuff? Okay. So you and Rex had planned stuff like this, but y'all never carried any of it out? Okay.
She had indicated that she was kind of going to go down in a blaze of glory, and if people would try to stop her, that, you know, she was going to take out more people.
But just one day in, Amanda's killing spree stalls. Her partner in crime is not the trained killer he purported to be.
I told him, I'm like, if we're gonna survive, we're running out of gas. We have no money. All our money was gone. Like, we're either gonna have to kill people and get it, or we're gonna just turn ourselves in.
What did he say when you said that?
Nothing. He just kind of put his head down. I think he was scared of the whole situation.
I mean, Sean is, I think, remorseful. He takes a bunch of the medication that had been prescribed for Amanda.
Amanda decides Sean is dead weight. At least, he's about to be.
I shot him in the face. I thought he was dead. And so I took a picture of him, of his face. And
what was the purpose of taking a picture, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't want to see like their eyes. It's easier for me to look like at the picture. So did you find out if he died? Did Sean die?
I spoke to them a little while ago, and he is in a medically induced coma right now.
Sean makes a full recovery only to be convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to 60 years in prison. Amanda Taylor is convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life with no possibility of parole. Amanda has never expressed remorse, and the way she coolly relived every moment, almost enjoying it, that tells me she's a psychopath. Amanda allowed social media to expose a part of her that should never have been unleashed. The internet also reveals a hidden side to Lisa Schuler. In 2013, in New Albany, Indiana, 31-year-old Lisa is a devoted Christian, a regular churchgoer in a happy and stable marriage.
She was raised in a very Christian home. Her father-in-law was a minister at a church that she had belonged to. So it seemed like she was very focused on her faith and her religion.
After a decade of being a dutiful wife, Lisa is focusing on another side of life.
Lisa was looking for adventure in many ways, including sexual.
It would appear that Lisa was into sexual role play. One of those role plays was acting out a rape fantasy.
Like most people looking to explore their deepest desires, Lisa turns to the internet. Within a month, she finds what she wants: 49-year-old Charles Pierce.
One of the great strengths of the digital realm is how it connects us to like-minded people. Finding friends and partners with the same interests, passions, philosophies is one of the most exciting things humans can do. It helps us not feel alone in the world, and it validates our own worldview.
This relationship seemed to be focused on sex, on role play, sexual fantasies.
Sexual fantasies are as old as time, and one of the oldest is the female rape fantasy. Lisa and Charles take it a step further.
Lisa and Charles took pictures of their encounters, and they were on his phone. Initially, she was fine with the photographs.
Taking sexual photographs is playing with fire. It can be exciting because it's forbidden, and it can also burn the house down. For Lisa, in the moment, it was all fun and games, but in the cold, sober light of day, and her background nipping at her heels, she became embarrassed and worried, and that was a problem.
She worried about those pictures being on somebody else's phone and those pictures getting out to other people, particularly her estranged husband, and she decided to do something about it.
There is no evidence Charles is sharing the pictures with anyone. In fact, he's enjoying their intimacy. So when Lisa wants to meet up again, he's all in.
Lisa decides that she's going to invite Charles over, and during that interaction, she's gonna kill him so that he would never be able to show those pictures to anybody.
Whether online or face-to-face, everybody puts their best foot forward when they're getting to know someone. We hide our secrets. The bottom line is, it takes a long time to get to know someone.
Charles has no idea how insecure his new lover is feeling. He barely knows Lisa, and his guard is down.
It's one thing to be angry and be concerned about photos on somebody else's phone. It's another thing to go to such drastic steps to make sure those photos don't get out to other people.
Lisa Schuler is not a natural-born killer. She just got into a situation she couldn't handle, and her imagination ran away with her. But Charles wasn't that kind of guy. There's no evidence to indicate he was ever going to use those pictures against her. But that's the power of humiliation, and Lisa felt she had to take drastic measures.
Lisa called 911 to report that she'd shot an intruder, a stranger, if you will. And then she set about trying to remove any kind of evidence that would link the two of them together.
Unfortunately for Lisa, what she deletes is recovered by the police days later.
When paramedics got there, his pants and his underwear were down, and they realized that this wasn't just a break-in. There was more to the story.
Lisa Schuler pleads guilty to murder. In 2014, she is sentenced to 45 years behind bars. Her victim's life cut tragically short.
Real communication happens in the real world. It socializes us. It tames us. Online is the new jungle. Be very, very careful.
What do you think happened?
Somebody shot him.
Life is all about choices.
Be able to look somebody in the eye every day and know, I'm going to kill you.
The decision to take someone's life is the ultimate moral reckoning.
When she walked in the bedroom, he was dead in the bed.
But some people claim they have no choice.
He said, you know, I could kill you, bury you, and no one would know that you're out here.
If they are to be the survivor. As a former FBI profiler, I'm often asked, can you spot a killer? Is it a look? An attitude? A pattern of behavior? After 40 years' experience, I can say it's complicated. But there's one thing I know. There is a deadly type.
Normally starts with emotional and mental abuse, and then comes the physical. So if you see that, then that's when you need to get out.
Melissa Vanover's story begins as a Cinderella-style fairy tale and has its unhappy ending here at the Ohio Reformatory for Women in Marysville. In 2012, I sat down with Melissa to find out where it all went wrong. In 1997, in northern Kentucky, 26-year-old Melissa is a divorced single mom working the nightlife to support her 4 kids.
First, I worked at a restaurant. I wasn't making enough money, so I did become a dancer.
Exotic dancer?
Yes, I did.
AKA stripper?
Yes. I had kids that I had to support.
Then one day, a handsome prince comes to Melissa's rescue. 48-year-old jeweler, Michael Neiman.
He was a very good-looking guy, very charming. Finally, I agreed to go out to dinner with him. He spoiled me right away. You could tell that he was a very rich man.
Melissa soon realizes Michael is selling more than jewelry. He's one of the biggest drug dealers in the city.
He was a very intimidating guy. He always carried a gun. And when I was out with him, he always made me carry a gun. because I wore a lot of jewelry, and we had a lot of money with us all the time.
Did you know he was a criminal?
Not at first. Not at first, I did not.
Intimidating, hands you a gun, involved in criminal activity. So many signs, red flags, but Melissa doesn't see them or doesn't care.
The fairy tale does not last long. Michael has so many guns in the house, Melissa sends her kids to live with their father. And her handsome prince quickly turns into a toad.
His whole demeanor changed.
How?
When he was abusive.
He would be abusive to...
Towards me. He hit me all the time. You know, punched me, hit me, slapped me. He'd shoot off the gun. There was 48 bullet holes in the walls of the house.
48. There were 48 bullet holes in your house where he would shoot at you?
Yeah.
To scare you?
Yeah.
So, you're now living with a monster.
He owned 200 acres in Arizona, which we went there all the time. And he said, you know, I could kill you, bury you, and no one would know that you're out here.
Why didn't you go to the police?
I was very paranoid to talk to anybody. He's always told me that he's had law enforcement on his payroll, so I didn't know if I did call someone, I might have been calling his friend. And then after he would, you know, bust my lip or, you know, shoot at me the next day or something, he would always take me shopping or give me a diamond ring or...
So he would be contrite and try to make up for it.
I love you, I hate you, I love you, I hate you. It's a classic cycle of violence and abuse. Abuse victims often think they can turn things around, that the next time will be different. But that never happens. That's dreamland. If you're in a relationship that's anything like Melissa's, pack your bags and get out. The life you save may be your own.
Melissa has given up her kids to satisfy her abusive partner, but he still uses her children as a weapon against her.
I was crying because I wanted to see my kids, and he didn't want me to see the kids. And that's when he proceeded to tell me that he had paid someone $1,000 to kill each of them.
He threatened to kill your children.
Yeah. So we argue, and I was like, what if someone did this to your child? And there was a fight.
With loaded guns all over the house, a physical struggle escalates quickly. It becomes a deadly confrontation.
There was the headboard. He was reaching for his gun.
How do you know that?
Because that's the only thing that was in there, was the gun.
So he reaches for the gun, and what did you do?
And then I reached for the one under the bed.
We often don't think clearly when we're cornered, and our options all look bad. So we start to choose the best of the worst. That's where Melissa Vanover found herself, and she decided to become the survivor.
You shot him twice while he was turned around. You believed he was going for the gun.
Oh, I know he was.
But ballistic evidence will later cast doubt on Melissa's story. Police maintain Michael Neiman was shot in the back from close range while he slept. And there's a third bullet wound to the chest. Whether it was cold-blooded murder or self-defense, Melissa claims she had no choice.
What did you immediately do afterwards?
I ran out of the house because I thought he was going to come after me.
Did it occur to you to call 911?
No, not at that point.
Why not?
I was scared. I didn't know what to do.
Instead of calling the police, Melissa calls her neighbor 18-year-old Kevin Green, who is also secretly her lover. As if her life wasn't complicated enough. And things get even crazier when Kevin and his family steal from the crime scene. And I mean steal. $750,000 in cash, jewelry, and drugs. Raiding the crime scene doesn't look like self-defense. It looks like greed. And that's what the court is told, that Melissa killed her lover and conspired with the Green family to share the spoils. As a result, she is serving 28 years to life for aggravated murder and theft. But Melissa maintains she did what she had to do to survive. How do you feel now?
I mean, I'm very remorseful, you know, and I've learned a lot from that.
What have you learned?
Well, I would not put myself in that position again. I know all the signs of a dysfunctional, unhealthy relationship. I'm getting a little emotional, sorry. If it starts with that, it's not gonna end. It'll continue to be the physical abuse. And it's not worth it because you will end up here.
It's all about making choices, and that's good advice from someone who's made very bad ones. In the case of David Odell, this poor man didn't get a chance to make a choice.
David Odell was the kind of guy that would give you the shirt off his back. He worked 10 to 12 hours a day for Joe Myers, and he became a real asset for them.
In Wayland, New York in 2008, David and Joe Myers are friends and colleagues. Then along comes 28-year-old Irene Myers, Joe's new wife.
Irene Myers seems to be a very goal-driven person, and her goal was to get out of the Philippines, and Joe Myers was her vehicle to make that happen. Joe certainly wasn't really a prize catch, but apparently he was enough to get her out of the Philippines and bring her to the United States, the opportunity she wanted.
Irene has come a long way to claim her piece of the American dream. But she wants more than what husband Joe's modest income can provide.
She wanted to build Joe's business. They wanted to have more money coming in. And she wanted to build a home for her children to bring them over from the Philippines.
David is the sole employee of Joe's mechanical repair business. He doesn't earn much, but he's careful with his money and owns his own home.
He also was extremely proud of the very simple home he had. He'd paid it off. That was his great achievement in life, was to have the family homestead.
A childhood accident has left David intellectually impaired, but he's always been able to trust Joe's advice. But with Irene in the picture, Joe starts to see his old friend as something else, an asset they can cash in. Joe just dumps him for his new wife.
They started renting out David's house. Joe Myers put people in the home. He collected rent. David never got any money from that. Then they take the next step. Joe and Irene take him off to their lawyer, and they sign deeds. So they basically just stole his house.
Irene's next step is to move in, under the pretext of taking care of David.
I think she did intend to take care of him, but not the way that most of us would take care of somebody. They took away his seizure medication, I think hoping he would pass away.
The couple takes out life insurance for David and extra home insurance. In all,
they stand to walk away with $175,000 in the event of David's death.
In their world, it was a lot of money. And that's what, unfortunately, it was enough to drive their dreams.
Irene moved to the United States to escape poverty and build a better life for herself and her children.
She wanted the American dream at any cost.
This level of planning and malevolence for somebody who they were essentially caretakers for is one of the most fundamentally evil situations I've ever seen. To be able to look somebody in the eye every day and know, I'm going to kill you.
Wayland, New York, Valentine's Day, 2016. While David is napping, his caregivers bash him unconscious and set his house on fire.
David was found in a lazy boy chair, melted into that lazy boy chair, burned absolutely to a crisp. They found soot in his trachea, which indicates he was breathing his house in as it burned down around him.
People like Irene and Joe Myers think they're so clever.
They think that someone like David won't attract attention when he perishes in an accident. Boy, were they wrong.
Joe's own surveillance system captures him and Irene preparing to incinerate David's beloved house, with him inside.
Essentially had a movie of everything they did that night to show the jury down the road.
Joe Myers is convicted of first-degree murder, arson, and criminal conspiracy. His sentence? 23 years to life. Irene Myers is found guilty of second-degree murder, arson, fraud, and conspiracy. She, too, is serving 23 years to life.
This wasn't a snap judgment, I'm mad at you, I'm gonna kill you. This wasn't a crime of passion. This was a cold, calculated financial decision.
When Joe met Irene,
he allowed her to corrupt him, and she did. I think had they never met, David would be alive today.
Is Irene a survivor?
Yes, like a great white shark is a survivor.
The will to survive is one of our strongest instincts, but only a certain type is prepared to sacrifice their loved ones for their own self-preservation.
Like the case of Joyce Sturdivant.
I always felt that Joyce loved Joe, that they had a good relationship. I never saw them argue any time that we were ever together.
Rhonda Rostokij remembers her in-laws Big Joe Sturdivant, a stock car racer, and his wife Joyce as a happy couple living in Waco, Texas.
Joe Sturdivant owned a transmission business. Joe was very outgoing, outspoken. He was very truthful and told you how it was. Joyce ran the office and handled all the money.
After suffering a heart attack in 2007, Big Joe retires, handing the reins to Joyce and son Joe Jr. That's when the trouble begins.
The police had called and said, there's been an incident at your parents' house. You need to come now. Joyce told us that someone had broken in the house and hit her on the head and knocked her out in the hallway. And then we found out that someone had gone into their bedroom and attacked Joe.
Despite Big Joe's age and a bad heart, he fights off the intruder. But Joyce is behaving strangely.
Joyce seemed more worried about telling the people about the bump on her head. We thought she was maybe in shock and upset. And so, you know, we just assumed her behavior would be a little off.
If Joyce seems confused, it's not because of a concussion. It's because she can't figure out how her husband survived. Joyce set up a murder, but Big Joe was too tough, and the assailant fled. Joyce never got a bump on her head. She'll be fine and live another day to try and kill her husband.
Joyce has her reasons for wanting her husband out of the way. Not only is the family business going under, Joyce has been cooking the books.
We found out later on that she had not paid the taxes in quite a few years on the business, and I believe that was over $140,000 worth of taxes that was due. So she was basically embezzling their own money.
Between her embezzlement, a business facing bankruptcy,
and an unpaid tax bill coming due, the walls are closing in on Joyce. She decides her only escape is to cash in her husband.
Big Joe has life insurance policies totaling nearly $100,000. But he and his family never even consider the first attack might have been an inside job. Little do they know, Joyce is already planning her second attempt.
She was completely normal at work, at home, on the weekends. There was never a hint of us having a notion that she might be trying to kill him. She was good at being two-faced.
On October 8th, 2008, Joyce takes matters into her own hands, making sure to protect her hair and clothing from any residual evidence. She then heads to work and puts in a full day at the office before returning home and placing the call to 911.
What is the address of your emergency?
I need an ambulance.
Okay, what's the problem there, ma'am?
My husband is laying in a pool of blood.
Okay. Do you know, like, if he fell or what happened?
It's like somebody hit in here.
Joyce told us that when she walked in the bedroom, he was dead in the bed.
In her statement to police, Joyce gives nothing away.
I went over to him and shook him by his feet.
And then what happened?
He didn't wake up, and I was hollering at him. I thought he was having a heart attack, another one, and this one he wasn't coming out of.
And she said she called 911 and tried to do CPR, and he wouldn't wake up.
Is he laying face down or face up?
Face down.
Can you roll him over to see if he's breathing?
He told me to turn him over.
What happened?
When I turned him over, that's when I seen the blood.
Oh, God, he's cold.
He's cold?
Oh, God, it's full of blood.
Many killers would be stunned back into reality after one attempt failed. Not Joyce. She kept at it. I think it was desperation. Joyce was cornered and running out of options, and poor Joe was her last hope.
In 2011, 66-year-old Joyce is sentenced to 15 years for attempted murder and another 30 for murder, to be served concurrently.
I was completely shocked and disappointed and hurt that she did that. She took my father-in-law, and I lost my mother-in-law. She ruined our lives.
The will to live is so strong, even good people sometimes resort to bad solutions. But the true survivors will go much further and sacrifice anyone, even those they love, to save themselves. You never want them to get the upper hand, because you will become the victim and they will be the survivor.